Okay, we're live for real now. We are live for real, for real. What's going on, TSTN 0? Kind of delayed a little bit today. I forgot that I didn't press the go live button, so I started the stream kind of prematurely. It's good. It's good when you have 3 stream viewers and it hasn't started yet. For real, man. It's kind of not. Hey, man. It feels so premium. I feel so premium to have people waiting before the stream even starts. Hey, what's going on, Kate? Kate, good to see ya. Did you ever send me the link? I think it didn't work through YouTube, right? Is that the case? Anyways, how are we doing today, guys? How are we doing this evening? Oh, I feel like I didn't realize this isn't in the view of the camera. I keep forgetting the camera's here, so when I'm drinking my drink, my seltzer water, I kind of feel like Dracula, you know, with this little glass cup in his throne room. Oh, man. The premium YouTube video thing, yeah. Currently refactoring the engine. Let's go. When are we not refactoring engines? Isn't that like our life? Like the engine's always in the state of refactor. Actually, no. There's some times where it's okay. I don't know. Maybe I have to gaslight myself into believing that there's a reality where eventually I won't have to be refactoring the engine and it just works, but we'll see. Yo, what's going on, Lucas? Good to see you. Repping horizontal chat as well. Glad to see you there, man. Hopefully all is well. No, it didn't work. That sucks. Hopefully it can, I don't know. Either YouTube changes something or, you know, I have some other means of posting. Maybe we should just have like, I know YouTube has community posts. Maybe we should just have a community post for just per stream so people can add stuff there that may not, I don't know, or maybe there's a way to format it. I don't know. There's got to be ways around it. If bots can do it, so can we. Yeah, we got to keep hydrated. So last time we did a few things, we also didn't do a lot. I mean, maybe we did do a lot, it just doesn't feel like it. Nope, wrong one. Yeah, so we have a few things going on. So we actually did do the refactor here. So this is done. We did that refactor. Yeah, we did this. This is Dunzos. So that's actually another thing we got done. We have pausing going on. We have to do... yeah, there's some stuff here. I also want to have SFX for coin pickup or for hitting hazards. So that's the thing we need to do. We're trying to do this guy here. We're trying to make the mechanics implementing pickups happen, and just not happening for some reason. It's weird. It's like we think things are so easy and simple, and I just have like this vision in my mind that life is going to be great and easy, and it just isn't. And it's the way I have things working in my mind just don't happen in reality. So we're gonna have to face a lot of things today, and then of course like this we're not doing that. So this is canceled. We're not doing this because that's actually a bad idea for our game, and I don't think would be the best use of our time. So yeah, we're not gonna do that. Yeah, YouTube hates links. Gotcha. You can always optimize more. There's always optimize, man. Rab Nesbit. What's going on? What's going on, man? Glad to have you here. And what's going on, Flit? Glad to have you. And Draco, my friend. It's always a pleasure to have you here, Draco. Which, by the way, I did see your post on the Discord about the file punching thing. If you like reviving hole punched code. I think in general though, I'm like, okay, do we just print out code? Like as far as efficiency is concerned. So okay, for context, guys, Jocko was asking about, if I can actually expand this a little bit. So he said, I'm curious about whether or not punch cards could be brought back for archiving purposes to store source code, but I don't know how exactly, how large the cards were, nor how many lines of code each card could store, and what language it even stored. Yeah, and then, though I wouldn't doubt if they were brought back, a lot of updates to its designs would have to happen. And if new machines to read it would have to be made as well. Yeah, so that's a lot going on. And it's like, if you guys don't know, like, at least for me, I know for a fact that like Fortran was used for with hole punch cards, but yeah, I don't think that's the most efficient way of encoding information. But I'm like if we're like trying to prepare for the end of the world, right? Like, what medium... Like, I'm just imagining printing out my own code base as a bunch of papers. I think that would be easier, though. Like, even printing out my code base that I have here, I think even that would be much leaner than hole punch cards. There's a lot of inefficiencies with it. You have a hole punch with one value being marked out of a set, a larger set. There's quite a lot of empty space that's not being used there. Like, for context, this is a side tangent, but it just, it got me thinking, you know. What? Hole punch cards. Code. Let's look at images. Stack. Like, this is like kind of a terrible format just because look at the volume you'd have to have. And now it's for like a lean code, like a lean language definition back in the day, man. But if you had something like that, something that has a lot more of a bigger instruction set, then it's like, oh my goodness. I mean, it depends on what level you're doing, right? I guess if you're talking about like high level like C or C++ or something, then that's a different story, right? But either way, yeah, like, and then you have to have things in the right order. So I think if we're gonna go back to this at some level for archiving, we cannot and should not ever go back to pull hole punch cards, and instead devise some other means of archiving. I don't know. What would you guys think? For stuff like that, yeah, books, yeah. For stuff like that, you should just do like hundreds of QR codes. Imagine x86 on punch cards. Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking about the instruction set, because x86 and just like CISC-based things, they have a lot more instructions than ARM. So that'd be way more feasible. VHS tapes, compute. Yeah, man. I mean, it depends on what kind of apocalypse you're talking about, right? It really depends. Because if you want to have like the ultra apocalypse proof backup of your code, why don't you just laser engrave your code base onto like this monolithic slab of lead or metal in like the Arizona desert? You know, like, I know there's 1 second. I know for a fact There was this thing for nuclear architecture warning. Yeah, so like this is whole architecture for warding off humans from exploring places where nuclear material has been buried. But what if we do like the opposite of that? What if we just have like some kind of monolith of just code? This big monoliths with I don't know, with our game printed on there. That's how we future-proof it, man. What's going on, Toma? How do I apply wallpaper on i3 desktop? Toma, you use Nitrogen. I haven't done it right now in this session, but Nitrogen's like a easy free one, and then you just select it, and then you can apply it to whatever screen. So I can apply it to this screen, and we're good to go. And then in your i3 config, you're probably you're gonna set up your go to i3 config. Yeah, in your i3 config, you're gonna do something. Where do I do Nitrogen? Here we go. You're gonna have this function: exec no startup ID Nitrogen, and then restore, and that's just gonna bring back your last applied Nitrogen setup, and you're gonna be good to go. That's all you need to do, Toma. So hopefully this helps you in your Nitrogen. I don't know, and enjoying i3 more. Be put on a tape of disk. Well, it depends, right? You can do that. You could do that, but then we're talking about like the different factors here, right? Because then any electromagnetic interference, like let's say there's a solar flare from the sun, okay, that's gonna mess up all your memory on disk or tape potentially. So that's not great. Vinyl might be less. It's not going to be affected by that because you're just encoding physically data onto the disk. I think CDs should be fine as well. Maybe we just go back to CDs. Maybe all we've done in life has been a waste of time, and really we peaked at CDs. Maybe that's where we need to be. I'm honestly just thinking about physical form of storage, as I know plenty of studios don't even have source code from their old projects. Well, you can just do with what RuneScape did, which is just have a bunch of USB drives with your code base on there. I mean, think about it. RuneScape predated Git. And I know there's other types of source code or source control out there, but the way they restored old school RuneScape was just from a USB drive that they just happened to have, and that was the foundation for bringing back the game. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I've thought about that though, of like having like a local NAS and have my own backups of everything, because I don't like having centralized source for my data. Like I forgot what it was. They taught this in IT and I promptly forget it, but I remember there's like two things they have where it's like you'd have to have, I think one of the things was you have 3 backups minimum. Two, like, I forgot. Like I know you have to have one that's off-site. And then like 2 redundant copies stored somewhere. Redundant. I forgot. I need to search it up. I know there's a PDF slide I have somewhere that talks about this. It's something like that. And I've been feeling, especially with how uncertain I am about services nowadays, that maybe I should have more backups distributed in different places. Get NAND. Yep. Yeah, I'm using Unity best I've seen. I mean, I haven't done anything in Unity yet. I haven't gone to Unity Land in a second to this stream. We're gonna have to test some stuff. There's a bug I need to deal with, which is the fact that my pickups are not spawning in game. Let me turn off the audio as well. Yeah, it's very odd because if you look at the state of the level map, you'll see that there's a bunch of blue dots everywhere, which would indicate that, yeah, man, we should have coin pickups all over the place. And yet, that is not the reality I'm experiencing. In fact, I'm experiencing a very different reality, a very tragic reality, where there's just not much coins anywhere at any given point. And, yes, that means there's something weird and wrong with my logic that we're just gonna have to deal with. And I know the code path happens on occasion, but beyond that, it's just not. It's not a thing. Speaking of NAND, I need to actually repair my NTFS partition on my backup SSD. I've just been letting it sit. And I've been slacking on just going to Windows and correcting it and then backing it up to another drive and then reformatting it to be not NTFS. Yeah, no longer. My code shall no longer seek my validation. Instead, it'd just be a regular print. And then go from there. From Mastercrafter, what's going on here? That was an interesting notification to get. Till you stream horizontally now too. Yeah, I do both now, Jay Looney. I haven't seen that icon in forever, computer fists. That's kind of a wild throwback for me. And yes, I am Dragon. Can't confirm you are Dragon. That's cool to know. Also built an entity system that's based on used virtual tables, so I get polymorphism in C. That's pretty cool. But here's the thing, right? If I'm going to C, I don't want to have. I will refuse the polymorphism. I'm going there to escape it. But that's pretty cool, though. That you did implement that, though. You could, to core rope memory, they did that in Apollo 11. What's going on, Trippy? You can do ECS. Well, in C? Of course. There's ways of recreating all these different structures in different languages in C. It's just that it's not like convenient, like people want it to be. But I say nay. We just make a function pointer and just chuck that bad boy in there. That's my polymorphism. Oh man. Use cursor AI? Nah, we don't do that here. We're not gonna have this conversation. About switches, could they be used to make a weapons list in a text adventure, but you would have to attach variables in each weapon? Okay, let's talk. Wait. So switches used to make a weapons list in a text adventure and attach variables. I mean, you're gonna have a variable in your weapons, I'm assuming. Like, there's some questions here, right? Like, you can have switches in the form of, like, you know, you have different types of weapons, and then you can have like, it depends on what you're doing, how you're structuring it, because you can have a thing where you have an enum for, like, weapon types or whatever, E weapon types, and then have like a switch statement that operates over the different types of weapons you have. So maybe like double-handed, or you know, single-handed, or frying pan, which is single-handed plus fired. Whatever. Like, you can iterate over those, and then if you can associate struct types with that. So you can have like a struct for like double-handed or something. Am I actually gonna do this? Yeah, I'm just gonna do it. And then in here you just have like some kind of switch statement. Let's say you have like some kind of E-weapon type. And then you have different stuff based off of that, but I'm assuming that's not going to be... You can cast whatever data you're operating with to the type you want, and then you can have a custom message with each different type. Or you can just have a general singular weapon class or something. I forgot, I think you're doing this in C, right? I'd have to know a little bit more about what you're doing, though, to actually give an informed take. But if your question is can you, then you can. Yes, you can. You can do anything you want. Okay. In fact, is there a way to... Yeah. Let me catch up, though. AIB Cozy, you beat me? Oh, snap, you did, I guess. Yeah, like damage. Finish my tax return. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I need to get on my tax returns as well. I'm still waiting on some papers though. And then extend it. You can do that, but there's as long as you stay like one level of inheritance, it's fine. If you go beyond that, things get really weird and wacky really quickly, and it's just not the greatest thing. Like you can do things in a variety of ways. Like you can have like, you can do a compositional approach where it's like you have like an item descriptor component that's attached to these things, and then let it handle that stuff. Or you can just, I don't know, like you'd have to be, I would need more context to actually think a bit about what would be a good approach to tackling it. But yeah, it's more like a duck typing type thing where you're just modeling behavior as like as a component that gets added to the thing, as opposed to like a singular object that's taking ownership of all these different interactions. Because you can like go multiple routes. I mean, again, depending on language, right? But you can compose behavior through interfaces, or you can compose behaviors through just individual component objects that don't have any, they're not coupled. There's a few ways to go about it. Yeah, see? Okay, yeah. Game, yeah, I'm making a game. I'm still like trying not to... Usually I'm way more dialed in, but today I'm kind of more of a chatty Cathy and just vibing with chat. There's some things that need to be investigated here as well that I should probably just do. This init function as well, now that I think about it, it's only called on pickup. No, we call it on assign. So this should happen every single time we get this entity from the backend. Yeah, but even with the compiled version, we're not seeing anything here. So maybe we're just gonna keep going down this refactoring road we're on right now, and just keep breaking out these responsibilities out into minor classes. Like, entities growing in significance. Like, we have a bunch of different enums and data that's kind of just pertinent to this in particular, and then yeah, functions and stuff. Or maybe we should just break that out. The sign table thing should be broken out as well. We have this, yeah. Yeah, this entity get thing, yeah. And then we have this update function, which we're also doing a lot of profiling with. Which honestly, whatever. I need to think through some of this stuff too, because we're culling the objects up front and then recreating them here. The culling should still just operate over the view that's currently, like the area that's in view, so everything that's outside of it will be removed. And this should just populate everything within that, so it should still not be that crazy of a thing, but I don't know. Let me try reordering this and see if that changes things. It will change things. I remember there's some bugs due to having this order be swapped. But let's just discover why we did things this way in the first place, and then allow this to harm us in different ways. It will be fun. Don't mind me, bruh. Make my own header standard weapons list. This seems fine so far, actually. Still not seeing the weapons, but hey. There's an argument exception, though. So what's going on with the argument? That's different. Getting control one's position in a group with only one controls when doing... What? Layout groups. Control T's position in group with only one controls. I'm GUI layout group. Okay, that's like a engine level thing. That's not me. I'm not the problem. That is the engine that's the problem. We should probably also expand the range because I haven't done that. Also, I need to modify this algorithm to be like more incentivize greater spread. Because right now we're only going to occupy a small subsection of the cylinder with the way this is generating the level, so I think I need to add some more drastic biases to this. So instead of fixing this model and object culling behavior, let's instead go back to the level generator and just explore that bad boy for a second and see how we might create paths that have a bias but still also still have some variability. Maybe, just maybe, we can do a thing where we have instead of we have a velocity table for the path generation that we're not really using to any great effect, I believe. Previous path velocities, yeah, we have that. So like, maybe what I can do is instead of having this be random, we can instead have like a linear function with sign. So it has a general area direction it's growing towards, but it has some variability in it. So like, let's go here. Let's go do the scary thing. Let's go to Desmos. Be careful, it's gonna flash us with bright lights. Unless it doesn't. Well, it doesn't, which is cool, but it's also not visible. Let's see how visible this is. Okay, that's actually pretty reasonably visible. And then you can do sine equals x and you get that part. And then what if we do sine plus x? And then cool, you have this variability that happens. So maybe we do something like this, where we add some kind of coefficient like m that's going to dictate slope, and it's going to dictate how extreme the y angle is going to be. So we still have some variability on the y. It's not quite as great as m approaches a very big number. But I think this might be just acceptable for us. I mean, we can also increase the amplitude to get more variability even at the higher rates. Yeah, like that. Like, maybe that's just what we do. Maybe that's what we do, man. So you can have a number of different things. Or make this, like, be a random range as well. It's not really a path anymore, but I don't know. I'm thinking how we're going to consolidate this. But I think that might be what we do. It might be just good enough for players. Or maybe we can have a combination of both. Like, have a set of paths that are just this random up, down, or straight at every single step, and then have a separate set of paths that are going to be subject to this sine function. That way we can ensure that it's going to still go across all the way around the cylinder while still having some variation to it. Let me catch up in chat real quick though. Thoughts on AI? Andy, here you go. I'm using C#, Light Marrow. Watching this. Imagine back in the day seeing code like this. Well, back in the day it's kind of simpler in a weird way, but not in a good way maybe, but you were using IDE, depending on how far back you go, you're not using IDEs, but instead separate discrete tools. So there's less on screen. Also, you're probably using still like Windows or something, or far back enough it's gonna be a terminal-based thing, so a terminal-based thing without like the niceties of having a large body of different utilities like this. Depends. My favorite clinker. Oh man. Absolute brain smoosh movement. Yep. Make myself insignificant with the format specifiers. Yeah. I mean, Draco, do your thing, and then I'll be down. Maybe I should have a thing in a Discord where we can have like a code review day. I mean, not that I'm like qualified. At least I don't feel qualified, but hey, you can show me, like send me a link to your repo. We can go into a VC and I can just go through it and give some thoughts. Maybe even have a whole panel. You can have a council review with other gym leaders. He has to be using Java. No JavaScript here, buddy. It's definitely not JavaScript. There's no types in JavaScript. There's no types. Call it the campfire. That's amazing. The campfire. I actually like. Okay, 1 second. Let's go to the. Let's go to the. Where's the Discord? Where is the Discord? Where is the ideas channel? We have an ideas channel somewhere here. Yeah, here we go. The campfire. A member submitted repo for code review by Cozy and or hi Lucas or gym leaders. I like that idea. Alright, so I find myself in a little bit of a crossroads personally here. On the one hand, I do want to work on this game. On the other hand, I've been wanting to record like a little simple demo of just like a little mini simple instructional recording of like, hey, this is how you do stuff with shaders, or some like little micro project just to get super newbies into, you know, just learn some coding concepts and realize it's not that crazy. I don't know. I feel like I don't have more things prepared for that, but at the same time, why not just send it, right? We have this path gen. I don't know. Out of the code, yeah. Pawn, nah. Will it have microtransactions? Maybe I should just for fun. Thank you, Yason. Imposter syndrome? Maybe. I don't know. The times in my life when I thought I had imposter syndrome was really just me accurately assessing my lack of skill. Who knows if that's the case here. I don't use C enough to feel like I'm... I don't know. We shall see. That's for generating hazards. The hazards don't matter. They're just gonna paint the board white. Though honestly, it's like... Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So where are we doing the actual movement here? We have direction defined by this. A random range between -1 and 2, because it's inclusive. We round int. That's fine. We have new y, which is math clamp, last y plus direction. So instead of here, direction, what we'd be doing is instead have like the value generated in the velocity table, and then we'd have this separate function. In fact, I'm not going to comment. You'd have this function instead where it's math f sine, and then it would be, what are we using here? Because we're calculating direction, so it's like the difference. It's like the next step. So it's not about absolute value. The function we have here is an absolute value type function. Can we sing songs and tell scary stories there? I like that. Can't find. I should make an emote where the CRT's on fire. That'd be great. Oh man. Good morning, Nenad. New switches? No, these are buckling switches. Man, these are not switches. These are buckling springs. From what I read of people feeling imposter syndrome is they mostly just expect so much more trouble either getting there, or once they have gotten there, expect it to be harder and worry. Yeah. I'm using Unity right now. But, whatchamacallit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it feels more like an accurate assessment. It feels less like an imposter syndrome, more like an accurate assessment. Because, yes, I do use C, and it's fun, and I enjoy it. And I've done some non-trivial stuff in it. At the same time, is the way I design and architect things the best way people should be doing it, or the way that even C experts do it? I don't know. I just do things the way that makes sense to me. And that's where, like, I'm a little hesitant of, like, assuming authority in terms of giving feedback. But I don't know, for like for you, Draco, you're learning. I feel like you're like neophyte. Like, you're new or newer into this realm of coding. I think there's some general things that I can at least provide that would be universal. So direction, and we're calculating our offset. So, and this function we have here on Desmos. I keep forgetting. I'm like trying to go back here for code 100%. Yeah, 100%, 100% qualified. 100%. But yeah. This would work if I was doing like an authoritative thing on, like, instead of using direction, we actually calculate new y explicitly. Or instead of doing last y and factoring it based off of that, we instead use this function, which would still produce a contiguous thing. I guess that's the issue, right? That's the issue. Is that we want the cells to be right adjacent. Like the next empty cell to be adjacent to the other one. I guess it doesn't matter though, since we have thickness, so it's not a big deal. Like I could just do the analytical approach and just have this, get rid of these two things, and instead do math or amplitude times sine, whatever that current x is, plus x times slope. What's going on, Tamirka? Good to see you. Playing RuneScape and chilling to this. Let's go, X. Let's go, man. Some chill things, some chill, I don't know, clacks to, I don't know, kill goblins with. I haven't played RuneScape in a while. It's kind of problematic though, because it kind of sucks my time really quickly, and the way I think about time just changes and dwarfs or morphs in a very radical way really quickly. Because in like every little part of my life, it's like, okay, I could just be using the bathroom right now, but I could be gaining XP, and that's time wasted. I could be waiting for the elevator to take me to my job, but that's time wasted not grinding on the fields, man. All right. So that's one approach, was doing the sine method. This sinusoidal function. Linear function, but, I mean, it's not linear, but whatever, you get the idea. We can instead do like a bias thing, which is what we initially kind of had, and just have bigger extremes for, but we have to deal with aliasing. I guess it doesn't matter though if the radius is large enough, because where do we define? We populate the list here, right? For path velocities, and we do I minus path count. So they have very different starting like velocities, we can say, but they're all off by like a factor of 1 on the y component. But we can exacerbate it and make it like 4 times as far away from each other, and then see what that generates, and go from there. Because maybe if we make it big enough, it's actually going to be fine. We'll find out. It's HTML, trust me. It's not producing that crazy of a result though. It's not producing that crazy of a result, which does not make me happy. I should also probably add like a thing for damage sound effects. That's a simple thing to do. That'll take like 5 seconds right now to implement. In fact, maybe I should just do that. But yeah, like it's still not going far enough. I don't think in our code we're not actually using this correctly. Also, there's the issue of this being an integer instead of a float. And we're just using last direction as well, so we're not even using the last velocity and factoring stuff here. I think if we wish to use that, we would have to do like, instead of this, it would be last, or P, was it P last? Velocity P, we index into I there. Do we index into I? No, we index with P. What? That's a constant. That's the percent. That's not path. Path velocities, that's what I'm looking for. Let's try doing this preservation of momentum thing we had going on. This would have to be a float. So we have to maintain precision during this operation, and then we'd have to do. In fact, we'd still want to keep this direction. We'll do a random direction, and then this direction's gonna be evaluated differently. We're gonna do a mathf.lerp yoink these, paste them here. We're gonna get path velocities, and we're gonna lerp between that to rand direction, and then we're gonna use velocity p, which is gonna indicate how fast does this direction lerp from the path velocity to this velocity, and then directions at int. So we're gonna do this math together here, and then do the precise rounding only after everything has been applied. And then we also need to set. This is iterating through every single one. Okay, through every single path. Yeah, this makes sense. So then we have to do, once we have direction determined, we're gonna have to do an assignment of path velocity to direction. And then, do we use direction anywhere else here? I don't believe we do, so it should be fine. So it's gonna be progressively lerping towards this value. And then I wanna make sure that the starting velocity has big strength so that it doesn't quickly just go to the random value, but instead it's favoring its initial value. So we're gonna put the velocity p to be a low percentage, like 20%, maybe even 10% if you want to be extreme. So the variabilities are not going to be as big, and then and really, yeah, I think that should be fine. So let's see if this works at all, because last time we did that, it was just bad. But who knows? Maybe they'll be better this time. And C++, how does it look so far? Here it is. I'm not using C++. I have an engine project that I'm making in C++. But that's a very lean thing. I can show you later. And then this doesn't feel extreme enough. Also, it's odd to me that it's working almost identical. So let's re-import and make sure that my changes are actually being applied here. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. Yeah, Java, C# is just Microsoft. Well, actually, they've diverged significantly, but they have this kind of weird convergent evolution thing where you just have like homologous structures reappear. Okay, this is a way different structure. Are you guys seeing this? Are you guys seeing this? This map we have here? That is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, so maybe the initial velocity thing is just not. And everything converges to like 0. So that's not good either. Okay, we have some things to fix here. We got some things to fix. Our math is not quite right. We can play around with the p-value, or we can play around with how we're actually doing the interpolation, or even the initial values for the p as well, because we're doing this, but maybe we can just leave it as that. I don't know. Let's see what changes if we just make the initial one not as big. What's going on here? Yeah, but I think like the thing that I'm not sure how Java's handling it, but I know C# has done has added a bunch more functional elements to it, especially since Microsoft has F#, so there's some things that have been added there. Okay. Okay. So maybe you have to play around with p-value as well to allow noise to reoccur in the system. So maybe bump it up to like, instead of 1, maybe 0.3. And see where that takes us. Let's also do the re-import thing. Flutter, don't know nothing about Flutter, I'm gonna be real with you. Cool, Sush. Okay, so now there's just one continuous line. It's just a beam of just this. I wonder why it's converging to 0. Like there's some variability there, but it's like largely converging to 0. That is interesting to me. That is indeed interesting. So let's see what is actually happening if we go through the steps here. Am I also iterating? Yeah, I'm iterating by p-values, so that's fine. For grass textures, I guess. What, noise? I mean, there's context for certain types of noise. In this context, white noise is not really ideal. Yeah, in this context, it's not going to really work since the operations I'm doing are serial. Context where you have a lot more parallelism, like if you're working with shaders or compute buffers, and that's a bit more applicable because then it's easier to kind of directly use that. But here, that's not. I don't think that's the issue, or would have too much of a big impact. Last Y, previous Y. So we're doing some kind of offset based off the previous Y. I remember adding that. Then we have random direction. This, which is like an impulse that's happening per step, which we're then interpolating here. And then we assign path velocities, direction, like the actual real direction. And is this a float? Yeah, it's a collection of floats. Okay, cool. So precision is being maintained. So that's a good thing. We are preserving precision. Thank you, iGant. I love how YouTube... Does he actually have 2 YouTube accounts? Language made by wizards and gnomes. What am I looking at? We're just doing some C#. It's flying sideways, not drifting up. Yeah, we're ignoring this. There's a lot of weird stuff with the way this game is set up. There's a lot of weird things I'm fighting myself to not just re-implement this game the way it was done in the original game 5 years ago. I'm just fighting myself to not just go back, because I guess it's a sunk cost fallacy, right? Because it's like we've already done so much work on this game. We've already done so much work on this game, and I'm trying all this cool fancy stuff. Maybe I should have just kept it super simple, not only for like me, the person implementing it, but also for like, you know, consistency and world stuff. But hey, we're here. This is where we're at. We're gonna have to deal with the consequences of our actions. Last previous Y. Am I also So let me actually look at the values we're initializing with as well, because these are actually seemingly fine. What are we doing? We're doing I iteration minus path count divided by 2. Path count is a total. We're doing half path count, and then we're doing the current index minus this, and we're iterating from 0 to... So wait, wouldn't this just... Am I dumb? It's 0, so 0 would minus path count would be... Oh, because then it'll give you negative path count, and as you iterate, you'd eventually go from negative to positive. I can see why I did that now. I can see, because we're shifting everything from... Instead of going from 0 to path count, we're going from negative half count to positive half count. I see now. In which case, like... Try to do things from... Does it float const? Do you already have? No, I did things right. What is the issue here? Why are you mad at me? Constant initializer must be compile timed constant. Oh, it's from a parameter. That gotcha. Okay, I can't do that. So yeah, minus half path count. For a second I thought it was like something, but yeah, no, that's not it. So, okay, so we're start making sure that everything has a velocity radiating from the center. Cool, I'm good with that. And this seems to make sense for what we're doing here. That means this is measuring like y velocity where it maxes out at like half path count. Okay. It seems reasonable so far. Now if we go to here with like a starting value of like at most like negative half path count or path count, which in this case is like what? I think 12, so it'd be like 6. Negative 6 to positive 6. And then random direction. Oh, that might be why it's like converging. That might be why it's kind of converging to just the same low slope offset, because we're constraining the random direction impulse to be like between -1 and 2, which is significantly smaller than half path count and path count. So let's try this. We can have it be, we can preserve the range. Or actually, we can preserve this small difference for raw direction, but instead of using it directly, it would be an operation upon the old velocity. Okay, that might be something. We import and we're gonna get back into it. Head out for today, but I'll drop a like and subscribe. Thank you, Veranos. I believe in you, man. Make the greatest game of the year. No, I'm just trying to make a game. I have an issue of not finishing games. I'm just trying to finish a game. I really want it to be a good game, but right now I just want to get a game done. Okay. Cool, and you're seeing this like... Okay, so this is something cool. So we're seeing this ping pong effect because we have wrapping. So the value that ends here is going to start back down here and continue from where... So okay, so like so that's kind of what we wanted, where you can navigate the entirety of the cylinder, which is good. The lack of slope, though, or change variations in slope is kind of, and the fact that it's still resulting in like converging at a 0 value is weird. Ignore the issues of the culling. We're gonna deal with that. We're gonna have to go back there and get our hands dirty. But yeah, so it's still converging at a normal value, just at a smaller rate. Okay. That's still kind of odd to me, honestly. Yeah, I'm using Engine right now. I'm just using Grubbox. What's going on, Fox Radio? It blinks so rapidly. What's up, Terrell? It's good to see you, man. Go out for a walk before work tomorrow. Good luck with your game. Thank you, Ramdo. You have a good one, man. That could work. What's going on, Lucas? Or Lucas? I want to use 0B-ish for no reason. What is that? So we have this. We make it relative to the current velocity. We can try adding greater variability. That's an option. So something like that, or even actually, let's even experiment a little bit with this velocity P factor as well. We're still having this convergence thing though. Oh, what's going on here? Last Y. Okay, that's compositing. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Or not compositing, but compiling. Putting all the components together. Yeah, and direction isn't previous P values there. Yeah, that's fine. That's why I said there. Okay. So I guess let me play around with the p-value and see where it goes from there. So if we don't, my hypothesis, we're going to do a scientific method here, right? So we saw that it's kind of normalizing and just ending up in straight lines like about halfway through. If we increase the p-value to like 80%, I'm willing to believe that that's going to go even further. And they're going to preserve their momentum for longer. That is my prediction. My hypothesis. Let us go into the field, recompile it, and see what we get. Let's just see what we get, man. Come on. Let's go, dog. Get going. Yo! Do you see this stuff, guys? Do you see this? This feels like some kind of Martian atmosphere. Yo, what? What is going on here? Okay, we're ignoring the fact that my... Wait, is it mostly empty space? Either my object culling thing is just fundamentally broken, this is just broken it, or... we've done something wild. That actually looks so freaking cool. I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, it looks like the surface of a planet or something. That texture. That is super cool looking. Not what we wanted, but... What? What? That is not, And our object culling is just, like, broken right now. You can't even handle it. How much? Okay, let's look at it up close and personal. Yeah, it's like a cave system, dude. And it has pockets that, okay, this is not going to work because there's some pockets you can't even reach. The variability is just that crazy big. But then you have like these networks that are just formed. There's no way to guarantee that they're going to be contiguous and you can I mean, this is freaking cool though. I kind of want to make this like just for like it'd be cool to make a spelunking kind of game around this. That is actually really cool looking. Yeah, it looks like me, Kate. Yeah, the connective tissue and snake. I can totally see that. I can totally see that. Guys, we just made procedurally generated steak. Okay, okay. I like this so far. So let's keep that p-value. And then what if we lower the range for offsets? And no, this is the same. It's just from -1 to 1. I mean, okay, let's just make this 1. It's exclusive. But yeah, that's actually kind of crazy, dude. It's kind of nuts, honestly. And then maybe reduce the scale factor, the Y scale factor by a bit. So maybe multiply it by 0.5f. And see where that takes us. Come on, recompile, buddy. To be walkable, would some walker generation work here? Probably. We'd have to do some kind of way of making it or baking it into the 2D array buffer we have going on. But that would be fine as well. That would work as well. Okay, let's run it. What do we have for ourselves? Oh my god, wait. And now it just gave up. It just gave up. It's just like, nah, we're done. I'm I'm tired. I just don't like it. We press play again. Yeah, same thing. So it's like it's not. Yeah. Okay, this object culling system is just bugging like crazy. I need to fix this. I need to actually address this. It's not working how we want it to work. Crazy how like little simple tweaks like that would change it. Range turns of random int within min inclusive, max exclusive. But then with rounding to int, it would get approached like 1, but it would be like 0.99 or something. But then with the rounding, it should cover that. So I don't think that should be the issue. Maybe this is actually operating the way I would have imagined it with our. Let me try a few. Let me just test one more thing. Let me lower the p-value again to be like 4. And see what happens there. Yeah, math generation stuff is fun. I remember for Crimson Crown we did some level gen stuff, and then now we're having the same deal. Okay, so let's undo this. Let's try replicating what we had before. I want to see what term is really causing this to happen. So I'm going to get back to here. I'm going to modify one thing at a time instead of multiple things. And we're going to use that to kind of suss out what is causing that cool behavior and how we can wield it. Yeah, so we have the cool behavior back. Nice. So now we're gonna actually do things properly. So let's just start by changing the difference bias and see what that produces, and then we're gonna keep tweaking things. And game dev, I've never used Linux, but have been wanting to dive into it. Just do it. I'd recommend using Linux Mint if you want a very, frictionless startup. It's very easy to get started. Works pretty well. That's the only one I can really give a personal seal of approval. I'm using Ubuntu, but Mint is based off Ubuntu, and it's been pretty nice. Okay, do you see this, guys? Are you seeing this? Look at that. So that upper value, it's what's producing that crazy pattern, which is pretty and then it just stops. That's the thing I don't understand. Like once it gets to 0, it just gives up. When any of these paths get to a 0 value, they just done. Does that have something to do with my wrapper function? I wonder if that's part of it. Because we have what? Min index plus offset plus, and offset's derived from the inner loop. And then we have new y as the base. The base for this. And what are we doing here? If x is greater than 0, so what is this going on here? If x is greater than 0, then we're just doing this process. Otherwise, okay, we're skipping the first iteration. Yeah, that's fine, because we already did that first iteration. Or that first iteration's already known. So that's perfectly fine. And then, so is my math wrap? I feel like my math wrap should be fine, but I wonder if it's going to be weird. Max index. Value, and then min index, max index. You have min index plus offset plus a new value. So we're kind of having this be set in range. This is the min index. This is the offset based off the current path we're on, or the brush size. And then the new y, because that's the center point for this. Which honestly, like conceptually, I think the better order of operations for me to just understand this is this. Offset's not descriptive, so let me make it be clear that this is a relative to the brush. Even if it's a bit more verbose, I can live with more verbose code as long as it's descriptive of what's going on here. And then we set the lower and upper bounds. So I wonder if there's something where it's like it's supposed to be wrapping around, but it's not because of this. I'm kind of curious. Let me just add this clause to it and then see if we can change that. Are you using a Linux with an NVIDIA? Yeah, I'm using an NVIDIA GPU. Yeah, that doesn't... Oh, let me recompile it first. I didn't recompile, did I? Yeah, I'm using a 5060. It's good. It's pretty good. It works pretty good for me. I left instantly. That's funny, Kent. Okay. Still bad. Still bad. So, okay. Do I really want to investigate this math wrap function? They're just calling this inner one. which is casting to a float, or casting to an inch, which is actually, again, maybe just use mathf dot round to int to have the kind of wrapping I would expect normally, or rounding I'd expect. Let's find out. My feed, I'm not mad at all at it. Best wishes, figured I'd drop in. Thank you, DV. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for stopping by. Even if I keep intruding your feed. Why is that a red flag? That a red flag is an OS? I have no idea. But hey, man, maybe that's a red flag for you. If the OS is a red flag for someone, that's your red flag. Okay, so oddities are occurring here. The oddities are still occurring. So this really does not like middle of the road stuff, because if it's like, let's see what happens here, actually. Like, let's walk through the scenario where these two are equal. Well, every single step, there should still be a random value derived here, right? -1 or 1. Or maybe 0, but... like, is the answer to make things just more extreme? What's going on, Kieran? It's been like a month to have a touch code. You gotta get it back in there, brother. You gotta get back in there, man. You can't let them stop you. Hopefully you're doing well though, man. Hopefully life's been good for you, dude. It's crazy, like having, if both sides are balanced, it's cool. Or it's not cool. But if one's unbalanced, see, like now we have like this fire looking thing. Like it looks like actual fire. So imbalance is the imbalance in the value range is what's caught. Like if it's normal, it's gonna, I guess that's the reason. If it's probabilistically not going to be 0, that's enough to break out of that condition of just normalizing to just 0, which is producing a lot of these weird effects. The non-wrapping thing is bothering me though. That is indeed bothering me. But yeah, that's kind of, so I think that's what's happening, is that imbalance kind of prevents it from happening. So what do we do if that's the case? Oh, water time. Thank you, Terrell. Thank you. This generation's funny. What's going on, Loki? Take me forever to get it out. Get what out? Oh, what's going on, Cornelius? Good to see you, man. So, the issue is that there's too much balance, and that results in things normalizing if I use lerp. These impulses are just not swaying things enough. So what if I lower this back down to be 0.2 or even 0.1? So there can be some macro change over a long enough period of time, but Not enough to, let's see here. Let's not have a white screen flashing either. That'd be ideal. Okay, and then we're having the same thing, the same exact thing. I think there's got to be something wrong with my math function, my math wrap function. You know what we're going to do? We're going to unit test this. That's what we're going to do. We're going to unit test that my math wrap is behaving the way I'd expect it to. Dang it, Bobby, we're going to do some unit tests. Because I assumed it works, and I've used it before, and it seemed to work fine. But you know what? That was a long time ago. I can't trust myself. Do we have a test folder here? Shaders, services, resources, functional. These are modules. I changed. Do I now have a folder for unit tests? Wow. Well, that's odd. Whatever. We'll make a new folder called tests. We're just going to test this functionality there. And this is doing the things I want it to do. I could have sworn, though. I know I've written this whole suite of unit tests. Did I just delete it one day? Did I just get mad with a failing unit test and just delete the entire suite? Is that what actually happened? Don't tell me that that's what I did. Or maybe it was part of the outer repository, not this dev kit. Maybe that's what actually happened. Okay, I'm gonna give myself a bit more credit. Maybe the unit test was in the outer repository and I never moved it in here. I'm gonna tell myself. Okay, I'm pretty sure I created the C# script, but you're not believing me, so we're just gonna manually do it the old-fashioned way. Am I gonna do a math utilities, like super big units, and we're gonna do like functions. This feels dumb. I'm like, dude, past possible. It might cause more walls and denser sections. We can do a blur pass. Oh, actually, the values are discrete. That's the issue. That is the issue. It's discrete values because we're using this to generate the actual entities in the levels. I guess you gotta do a blur pass and then go through another step of like consolidating it back into their discrete value types, but maybe just make this just the math utilities class and just have a whole suite of different tests here instead of making a bunch of individual tests. Okay, cool. We renamed everything. And then we're just gonna test some things. do test. Where's NUnit? Test fixture create a trap. No, you exist. Oh, do I need to make a whole thing for this? Okay, 1 second. Oh, that's probably why. It's probably in the outer repository. Now that I think about it. Okay, what's going on here? Why are you... I'm going to command mode. What is going on here? I'm in command mode. It's in insert mode for some reason. Why aren't you believing me that I am in... What is going on? Why is Control-Z working all of a sudden? I never used that. Is this turned off? You're enabled. What happened? Why am I not using Vim right now? What? What is going on? Am I in crazy land? Where's my Vim? What have... What? Nothing is working. Does this work? This works. Why don't you work? Okay, I just had to close this buffer. Okay. So we're gonna do something here, because you're not gonna compile the solution until I get rid of the missing / broken attributes. And then we can add the dependencies you need to be able to run unit tests. Let's go on TSD. I was going on Spigot RCE. Yeah, Vimmotion. Yeah, except I use Vim, except apparently when I don't. Yeah, I guess we have to... That's dumb. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to move to... We're just going to update the assembly definition. And you're just going to have support for things like... Is NUnit not part of Unity by default? Do I have to actually go through the package manager to get the unit testing stuff? I know Unity has its own thing, but test runner, editor tests, UI. I'm not doing UI specific things though. Yeah, unit is not gonna lower down the results because everything that has Unity is gonna be in there. Unity Engine Test Runner, okay. Maybe that's what I need. Is that gonna work on builds though? Tests, input system test, nope. Do I need to just do NUnit? Like... Alright, is this going to change anything for me if I use the test runner? Apply. Can I mark use a test? Yep. It's not... Not recognized. Cool. Does it have to be non-static, maybe? No, it's dumb. I was using NUnit to do this. What? Okay. This is what we're gonna do. because I don't want to do NuGet. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a broke jank unit test until I decide to actually load a proper unit test framework, because I don't feel like wrestling with getting NuGet to work on Unity. That's always a weird process. So here's what we're gonna do instead. This is what we're gonna do instead. Instead of relying on Unity's UI stuff. No, that's not it. What's up, home? This is what we're gonna do. Okay, we're gonna do some broke unit testing, and what we're gonna do is it's gonna be a static thing. We're gonna have a thing that does static void run tests. And then it's gonna call wrap. And on startup, we're gonna add a call to run tests. And then, you know, that's just what we're gonna do. That's just what we're gonna do. We're just gonna do this, and we're gonna use asserts in here, because at least Unity has built-in asserts. And yeah, are true. Like, this is how we're gonna do our unit tests. And life is just gonna be good right now, man. My life is gonna be fantastic right now. So math wrap a value of, like, let's say 2, and then a min value of 0, and then 10 should be equal to 2. That seems correct to me. So we're just gonna throw a bunch of different scenarios at this. We're gonna do math wrap. Let's do 12. And that should wrap around to 2, right? That's the way I would think about it. And let's test for underflow. So if we do -2 from the min range of 0 to 10, I'd want this to wrap around to 8. And this is all for integers, right? It's not because I remember having this kind of PC. You got my like. Thank you, man. I'm glad this brings back some nostalgia to y'all. Even if I'm doing things that are a bit odd with it. So yeah, we're running our ghetto like run unit testing. Maybe I just do this. That's just how life is gonna work. So I think that's a simple set of cases. We also have to do floats, but in fact, let's rename this to be int specific. And we have the same set, but just make them floats instead. So now it's not 2, it's 2.0f. See, it's a whole new thing. It's floats. We have to do approximately equal, but we'll see. We'll see when we cross that bridge. I miss C++ where you can just do 2.f and that's it, and it's just enough for it to understand what you want from it. Yeah, look at that. No test features, no test fixtures, no external dependencies. Just a good old-fashioned run tests. And then we can go to FNF application and then run a unit test on the application start. This is so stupid, but at the same time, I think it effectively works enough for what I'm doing. Math, utilities, tests, run tests. And then this should illuminate us if our implementation is bad or wrong. All right, let me catch up real quick on chat, guys. 1 second. Thank you, Jovan. I'm glad you dig the vibe. It's my brain, although I have no idea what's going on. Hey, man, sometimes you gotta clack, man. At all, or is this a pre-recorded? No, this is real. Hi, Syndicate. I'm just a dude. I just get focused. Coding does that. Requires a little bit of attention. But I take some. There's moments where we get to a good stopping point, like right now. And let me make sure that this actually recompiles as well. Yeah, we're not using the free test framework. We're just doing our backyard version of a test fixture. Okay, I'm out of water there. Do I have water here? I do have a little bit of water. Okay, run. Okay. So did our unit test just pass? Is that what's going on here? Is that what's going on? Are we all good? Because if so, that means our math wrap function is working the way we intended it to, which is cool. Like, let's make sure I'm not crazy. Okay. Let's add a failing unit test. So, you know, hey, what if math wrap equals, I don't know, float.max value, the maximum value a float can represent. What if that just happens coincidentally? Re-import and let's start this. I've tried Godot before. It's not for me. Like I've mentioned before, the day I switch from Unity is me switching to my own engine. That's the day I switch off of Unity. And it's going to happen soon. I want to. I really want that to happen. I just need to prove to myself I can finish a game before I do that jump. And hey, perfect. Our assertion failed. Beautiful. There we go. So cool. Our math function is working correctly. Our math wrap function is indeed working, which makes me a very happy man. Which also means that our logic there, I don't have to worry about that anymore because it's covered by unit tests. Which honestly, like, this is... I kind of like this, actually. So, okay, the culprit in our murder mystery is in the math wrap function, so we can assume that that is correct. We have direction, path velocity, set that there. So what's going on here? We have the last Y position, we plus the direction, we add our velocity change. We're doing clamping! We're not using our math utility wrap function. Oh. Oh. That'll do that. Okay. So maybe that is a problem here, was that we're just clamping instead of wrapping. And the chat, and I was curious, wasn't trying to throw shade. No, it's all good, Syndicate. It's a common thing that pops up. Are we a glorified rubber duck? Kind of, honestly, Syndicate. Kind of. You know, I kind of wish I could stream my day job. I think that'd be kind of fun to just bring a
bring my stream setup to my day job and then do VR stuff. Okay, look at, now we have the wrapping actually working. I mean, it looks very wild and weird, but hey, it's actually doing stuff. That's cool. Yeah, I don't think they would be very happy though. I think I literally, that would be a terrible, terrible bad move. But that'll be kind of fun actually doing some serious work. I feel like I might be more productive because then, you know, I can't really talk to, I talk to people at work, but I don't talk about work, if that makes sense. It's usually something vastly different. I mean, I do talk about work, but that's meetings. That's called meetings. And they're not as cool. Okay. But yeah, I think talking out loud like this is actually kind of helpful for me, at least personally. So this is, we're changing it to be 0.6, and now the noise should actually have more wiggle room, more factor over the path this travels. So let's see how this works. Re-import and run it. Easy way to get into coding. Coding is a long-term process. It's not easy. The easiest path is just learning something that you enjoy and doing a project that you find cool and interesting. I think the most important thing is tapping into what you find cool and interesting, and it's going to be what motivates you to keep going down that path. As far as like topics that you should learn, I think you should use like a statically typed language. I think that's very beneficial and would be good for you long term. And if you want to be ultra eat your vegetables, I would say learn C first and do some stuff with that. This is a cool little, it's very much more noisy though. So it's just devolving to chaos. I don't like that. So maybe we have to lower down our P term to like, what I changed it was from 8, it was 1 before, and then I changed it to 8 and that was too much. Let's do 3. A little bit more leeway to the noise. Import and start. Thank you, sweet tea. I'm glad you did the setup. It's premiering work meeting. Don't sue me. Just do one of those day in a life videos. Except it's like a secret camera thing. That'd be kind of fun, actually. It still has that issue where things converge though, so that's not great. I don't like that. But we're getting to a better spot. We're like tweaking the algorithm more and more and more. And the wrapping is actually happening, at least that's cool. As far as this P value though, maybe 5 will be enough. And then this one, maybe the angles are just too drastic. Maybe I have to tone it down a little bit. I don't know. We can keep this balanced though, so that's good. We're doing random direction plus this. I wonder if I just get rid of this and just make it... No, we're doing like an offset. This is like a little offset to this. You know what? No. We're going to make this be authoritative. We're going to do from negative half path count to half path count. So it's like any value range between there. It's not a little baby value range change. It's a big value range change that can happen. Which means that we want to have our alert value be slower now as a result. Because there's way more noise that's in the system, or at least the signal's like much larger comparatively. I'll check it out, definitely, man. My life vlog #1. I got sued for breaking NDA. Well, it's not. It's worse than that, TST, because I work in the medical field as well. So like we have HIPAA compliance. Like that's the thing is, it's like It's like, all right, hey guys, let's divulge private medical data. I'm like, that'd be a terrible video. That would be a terrible. That's like, hey, Ultra, let's be the biggest liability possible. Let's like hey, let's go into a surgery, guys. Let's go like let's go to a random just a random hospital. What's up, kid? Say hi to the camera. No, this isn't going online. This is just for recording purposes. Okay, cool. The culling thing is broken because I'm not seeing a single... I like this pathway more, though. This path is actually cooler. It'd be even cooler if I could see it, but hey, at least I like this generation now. This path generation, like algo, is actually really cool. I think it's a lot... We have so many fields we can play around to get very vastly different effects, and I'm very happy with that, actually. Now, what's going on with console? Yeah, nothing to do with my code. This is all Unity Engine being a little dumb, a little silly. Or maybe I'm doing something dumb and I just don't realize it. But I'm just gonna blame Unity because it's easier than blaming myself. That being said, though, the object culling thing is just given up. It just says, no, I'm tired, boss. I'm tired, chief. We're not doing this anymore. Like, what's going on here? Are you still generating? Yeah, you're still generating coins around these paths, too. Now, this actually looks like a proper tunnel. I guess technically it's possible for a player to be on a path, a dead-end path, but hey, you know what? It's fine. If I actually cared more, I would reduce the slope by like half or 0.8 or something to make it a little bit more squashed, and then make sure that paths are much more traversable. Maybe I'll just do that. Why squash? It'd have to be not only to the initial value, it has to be done to every single calculation. In fact, like, even instead of squashing y, maybe what we do instead is define the upper and lower bounds for half path count. We define a constant max y velocity or maybe just define a max velocity because it's just going to be the next a negative and positive component, and we did half velocity, but maybe we do something else. What's going on here? What link? Which link? RIP. Oh, you try sending again? I'm watching my phone. I can't make it out. I could zoom in for you real quick. Let's do this. Go to FNF camera. And then we have the max range. FOV increase. Yeah, maybe we can just set the camera closer and it's fine. Maybe I should just make this be a programmatic thing instead of a scene space thing. I kind of prefer that, actually. I don't know why I haven't done it. I should just do that. Main camera, you are at a position of negative 94.93. Chat, can you remember this? Guys, I want to remember this for me. Negative 94.93. Thank you for remembering. We're going to make this negative 70, let's say. Cool. And we're going to run this. To your channel? Okay, sweet. I'm gonna run it and then I'm gonna check it out. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for posting it. Thank you. Okay, so can you... Are we too close? Can you not see the character? Oh no. Okay. Just kidding. That was too close. We have to go to like negative... where are we? Where are we, my little friend? Okay, we're gonna do negative 80 instead. Okay, and that should be perfectly fine. And then I'm gonna check out your channel. Is Nate made from Notepad Angels? Okay, you can kind of see it. You can kind of see it. If I like don't... If I go backwards, you can see the character better, I think. You know, I kind of like it at this zoom. It's just you can't see the environment obstacles that well. But maybe that's how we live our life. Yeah, that's how the character looks like. Alright. Alright, you guys told me negative 94.3. You know what, before I even manually put that in, we're just gonna make this be a thing that's hard-coded. And the old value's gonna be like negative 94 point... What was it again? What'd you guys say? 93, thank you. Negative 94.93. And our lerping is gonna be done. Starting FOV, that doesn't matter. Starting local Z, that does matter. You are not used anymore. Instead, we're gonna be lerping between min distance I'm sorry, what? Excuse me, but no. Max distance is what? Alright, we're just gonna do changes willy-nilly and just hope that everything works the way I want it to. And also, this is negative. This is the addition. So, this is relative, which means you're going to be this minus min distance, which actually makes the math a bit easier, wouldn't you say? And why are you mad? You're a compile time constant. No, you're not. I didn't make any of you guys compile time constants. Oh my freaking goodness. I thought I saw something behind me. I thought I could have sworn I heard my niece calling for her mom. And I looked up to see if, like, you know, if I can hear for her. But then, like, my imagination played tricks on me and I thought I saw something, but it was just a Clorox box and that scared me. Oh well. Whatever. We're fine. Arviani, no such things. Those are figments of imagination. That was funny though. Starting FOV, I kind of also want to hard code this. But whatever. We'll play with these later. You have clean code, yeah. By spooping me a little bit. As you were doing this, I somehow messed up my VS Code settings and figured out how to reset them all back to default. That's great. That's a good thing to know. Oh, this is still messed up. You're not supposed to be like that. You are supposed to be recompiled. You have a good one, Lucas. Thanks for hanging out, man. Get your sleep, dude. Rest. all that. Thank you, man. An Orange Flame, this is the kind of game I'm making. It's like a little side-scrolling casual mobile game. Sorry I didn't get back to you. That was a little preoccupied, but there you go. It's a remake of an old game I did 5 years ago. Oh my goodness. Is our generation method working? No, it's like all empty now. I almost feel like having a mini map up here, but the thing I hate about mini maps is that you end up looking more at it than the actual game, which kind of bogs and bothers me. It bothers me so much. Okay, so that's another thing we have to explore, but I think we have the path gen thing actually working to my liking, if I'm gonna be real with you. I actually feel quite pleased as punch with it specifically. Now it's just a matter of dealing with the culling method, which I'm not pleased with. Actually, you're in this buffer. No, right here. I did do the switcheroony. So maybe if I unswitch the switcheroony, life is gonna be better. So we're gonna cull first, and then populate model, and then see where that takes us. Okay. I mean, we still have to investigate what's going on, but maybe we do our unit test thing, that little dumb unit testing we did. Maybe we just do that here again to ensure the model's behaving the way we want it to on startup. If something happens to you on stream, we'll be your witness. That is true. That's true. We have it on tape, maybe. Okay, so this seems to be working better, more consistently. I don't know why that would be the case, but that's the reality we're living in right now, where that order of generation produces better or fixes, or at least has more consistent population of the objects. This is such a tight fit. We made it. And we didn't even fix this too. Like, that's another thing that's just jank, is like the position is just not correct. It's not correct. No, wrong place. Did I just hit something invisible here? Oh, because I think there's stuff left over from the last session. That's also a thing as well, isn't it? We have to return everything back into the pool, which we're not doing. Where's the cleanup method? We have a cleanup one. I just haven't. Oh wait, no, you should be. This should be returning things back to the pool. That's weird. I'm gonna make a little cleanup report. Count. I'm just looking for length. But honestly, like, does this not have yeah, it's either keys or values, but there's no like length or count. I have to actually get keys and then count. That's fine. Let's clean up objects, and then we iterate through them, return them to pool,
and then we're gonna prepend. So this is actually showing that this is wrong actually. This should be correct. Nope. Cool. So return this object to pool, and then we can just print this to see if this cleanup report happens and to what effect. And this should be called on where? On receive on preload level. So before we load the next level or the next scene, we call this before we load it so we can clean up everything on this current scene, and then we can transition to the next scene. That makes sense to me. So let's make sure we're actually doing this cleanup. Do that. The original version of this game, yeah, there is. So there's old version on Newgrounds.com. Can I please go? I'm sorry, what? I'm pretty sure I spelled my... Is it users.trixelbit? I forgot what it was. I'm trying to be clever. Let's see what this does me. Oh, it's trixelbit.newgrounds. Yeah. So there's a demo for another game I worked on. This is the game I'm talking about, though, that I'm doing a remake of.
Fight and flight.
So that was from 2020.
Now we cookin'.
And it's a simple 3-laner. Nothing crazy. So as you can see, we've done a really big departure from this original game. But yeah. Second Brave browser. Firefox is so bloaty, Brave is better. Yeah, I should probably give Brave a try at some point. But yeah, that's the game, the original game. And this is the one we're trying to... The next version I'm trying to make. That's the thing that kind of put me off of Brave, was that it's based off of Chromium. And I just want to avoid Google. I know, like, Mozilla Foundation is mostly funded by Google as well, but, like, it's different to be funded versus having a different fundamental technology under the hood. So let's just run this bad boy and see. I made like $7 or something. That's the profit I made off of it, Zach. I haven't checked though, because I really haven't logged in like 4 or 5 years. So I never got a check from that. I think the biggest check I got wasn't from that game, but it was from a lawsuit against Google. And because I was technically a Google developer, I got like $100 and something from it, which is like far much money, way more money than I've made in my entire indie game deving career. Oh, brother. But nah, that's like about it. I haven't checked. Run it. Let's see here. I want to die, and then I want to see what the cleanup report says, or if there's even a cleanup report to begin with. Okay. So what is that NRV we got here? We got an I exist dad. That's cool.
And are we doing collapse? Yes, there's a single instance of that. We have, okay, here, cleaned up 444 objects. And then those 144 are mostly hazards. Oh, did I not make it a new line? I should probably make it a new line. But yeah, whatever. It's fine. It's the same idea though. Hazard, whatever number it's gonna be. And then coin pickup as well got returned to the pool as well, which means there existed a coin pickup at somewhere somehow. Okay, cool. So that is indeed cleaning up objects. So I don't think the cases we have invisible objects, or the objects are not getting recycled. I think the case is that we have objects that are just not rendering properly, either because they're not facing the correct direction or what have you. So that's great. I love it. Also, let me go to FNF application. No. Application. And we're gonna have like a public static. Debug. I don't want to say debug mode. Log. Maybe I don't want to turn off logging in certain instances, though. If I'm gonna be real with you, because maybe I still want to have like these kind of logs be printed out, but do I really want to do that? Do I really want to have this extra work be done that it's not really benefit the users? It'll only be helpful if I'm actually doing any kind of telemetry. But I'm not doing any telemetry, so why have? I guess maybe if we need to have, if there's a bug, they can send a log to me and I can look at it. But the users don't even have access to the logs in that directory on Android, because Android is great. We love Android, right? So yeah, I don't even have that as a... I have to make like some kind of companion script or something to extract that log data from Android. Or save it to a different location. Yeah, maybe that's just what we do. Oh, I can't just do preprocessor macros, can I? I have to actually wrap everything explicitly in the conditional in. I could just, instead of doing this debug mode nonsense, I could always just do if editor, and that's fine. This is really the only kind of context where I'm doing this. Of course, new line. Been neglecting that bad boy. Cool. So we have to go to hazards, I think, and deal with stuff there. What's going on, Hart? What's happening here? He just likes the ability to look under the hood, as it were. Basically the opposite of all Apple products. Yeah. Yep. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm responding to the correct context, but I like being able to look under the hood. My daddy swears by Opera, and he used to be a real computer guy. That's funny. I used to be an Opera dude when I had stocks in the company, and then they bought GameMaker, and my stocks soared, and then I sold afterwards. And then I was like, all right, we're done with Opera. I think I used Opera GX I did Opera for a while, and then I switched to Opera GX, and then I was like, I don't like all this stuff, all this gamer marketing, whatever. I just want something simple, and then I switched away from there to Firefox, and that's just been where I'm living. What's going on here? All right. You go to bed, Kate. You have a good one. Thanks for popping this. Oh, wait. Before you go to bed, Kate, I want to check out your engine project. Before I forget. Let me go to your channel. And let me go to the video you have here. Game engine test. Yeah, before I forget, Kate. Before I forget. I almost forgot, but we didn't. Sorry to dog. Let's look at this. Nice. Let's freaking go. You got your terrain. Are you doing like a height map texture thing and then generating the mesh from that? You have your lighting. You have your lighting. Cool. You had I saw your sword as well being lit with the sun. Let's freaking go. And I think the next thing is probably, or maybe not the next thing, but I know cast lighting might be a thing you're probably going to do too as well. Really cool. I'm digging it. Is there fog? Am I seeing fog, or am I just seeing, is my CRT just frying my brain? Hey, in a week, you already got a 3D model in the game. I haven't even done that. I'm just using quads for my stuff. Let's freaking go, though. Let's freaking go. Big claps, Kate. Big claps. Hey, but you got stuff going visually, man. And you work on that ECS system as well, so you're in that point of like infrastructure building out. I'm gonna like this. This gets a like from me. No, not that. I wanna replay it. There we go. I love it. Let's go, Kate. Big claps. Can't wait to see more progress on it, alright? I can't wait for you to come back and talk to me about how you've implemented your own physics-based system, because you didn't want to use Havok or PhysX, so you made your own that can operate with any number of it can compute rigid body collisions on n number of objects in O of 1 time. Is that mine, or is that again their watch? That's long out. Yeah. That scares me. I'm gonna be honest. I'm probably not gonna do. I'm probably just gonna keep doing discrete collision detection like I did in Game Maker and just call it a day for my stuff. But I don't know. There's some games that kind of require it, and I'm like, maybe I should just do it at some point. Just try it. There's that cool talk from Nintendo where they talked about how they use Havok, the Havok physics engine for not Breath of the Wild. It was for Tears of the Kingdom, and they had their technical director go through some of the details of it, which is pretty sick. Which I didn't realize they used Havok for their physics. I don't know about you, but for me, when I think about Nintendo, I'm like, oh, they just do everything in-house, bespoke, whatever. And I wouldn't be surprised if they have their own flavor of Havok. But I was still kind of cool seeing that logo and be like, oh, damn. No dang. They also know that that's hard. They're not wizards. They're also not omnipotent. That's cool. Getting the player to walk on the terrain was so hard enough. Yeah, I was gonna. That's the other part too, right? Actually, a question like, how are you doing that now that I think about it? Because I'm like, yeah, physics, right? Like, are you like setting the position by sampling the texture map or the height map and then computing the height distance from there? Or did you actually like implement some kind of like acceleration structure to do like ray trace queries to mesh surfaces on the ground and place it that way? I'm not gonna. I'd go the lazy route, or maybe not lazy, but I'd go the texture sampling route. I just call it a day. Okay, bilinear interpolation on the mesh. Okay. I was looking to Havika's valve uses. Oh, it's sick. It's what the people know, Draco. It's what the people know. Hey, I was taught Java in high school. I've only gone to C# just because of game making. If it had not been for that, I would think everything is Java as well. Not everything, but I would think C# is Java as well. Syntactically very similar. Or basically the same almost. So, what do we do here for our culling object thing? Do we unit test? Is that what we do? Do we unit test the crap out of update model? I hate that I've made things be reliant upon constants from inside the class, because then it just makes it kind of a pain. I can't just configure it willy-nilly. For a unit test, I have to actually use these values. It means I have to allocate, and then it's not that much. It's not, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that much to allocate. Like, actually, out of curiosity, let's look at this in terms of size of my current memory. Right? Like, let's just look at it in terms of that. So we have the model. We have the width is 2000, height is 1028. Okay, cool. So let's produce the total size from there. 128 times 2000. Don't judge me. I know it's simple. It's gonna be like 256. Yeah, 256,000. Okay, cool. Now, actually. Let's go, and it's of size entity. That's the model we're using. And it has what? Enum. I'm assuming enums are backed by integers, which means that it would be about like 4 bytes or 32 bits. Right? That's how the math shakes out. 4 bytes. Vector 2 is 2 floats. Each float is 4 bytes as well, because it's 32-bit precision. Plus 4 bytes. It's gonna equal 8 bytes. Crazy. And then finally, alive is a boolean, which is backed. Is it backed by int as well? I'm pretty sure it's. No, am I dumb? Actually, I mean, it doesn't really matter because we're gonna have to deal with alignment, right? But I just wanna. How big is a bool in C#? Please tell me it's just a. Oh yeah, let me get rid of the AI. Get rid of that question mark. I love Kagi. Kagi's great. You don't have to. It just works the way you want to. The way you want it to, man. Love me some Kagi. I'm just curious. Doesn't really matter, but now I just want to know. Has a checkered history with many incompatible choices between language runtimes. Yep. Oh my goodness. The actual size of a C# bool is 1 byte. Okay, so it is 1 byte. A strong design goal. CLR is that you cannot find out is an implementation detail that depends on a processor too much. Okay, so it's supposed to be a byte, but it seems like it's obfuscated by the Marshall structure at runtime to nail it down to layout. Okay, that's for marshalling purposes. Okay, it's a byte. It's a byte. Single byte. Cool. So this structure in general is going to actually have a size of like 8 bytes by 8 bytes by 8 bytes. I think. Is that how do you do it? I forgot. There's a way to like calculate the actual size. But I think usually it's like, it's gonna be sized up to be, each element is gonna be sized up to be the same length as the biggest data type that you have in here. So even though these are 4 bytes, they had to each be 8 bytes by 8 bytes by 8 bytes. So 8 plus 8 is 16, then 8 plus 16 is 24, I think. Pretty sure. 24 bytes total. And then if we go back to here, go back to our initial math query. Oh. Whatever. We'll do it again. Well, it's 256,000 times what I said, 24 bytes. So it'll be about 6.14 megabytes, or 6.14 megabytes. My GPU has, my computer has 64 gigs of RAM total. So this is very inconsequential as far as memory is concerned. I mean, it's still not, you know. There's considerations that I think I've talked about before on the YouTube comments for one of the shorts I did, where I was like, I kind of want to break this, because right now it's a array of structures. I kind of want to break it down to be in structures of array, but that's a whole different conversation. But yeah, so let's like do 6.14 divided by 64 gigabytes. Okay. Let me make sure this is actually... What is 64 gigabytes in megabytes? Okay, just 3 extra zeros. Forgive me. I'm trying my best out here. I don't know things sometimes. Which actually is just... You don't have to do this. We can just get rid of the units. So it's a very small number, percentage of my machine. So either way, yeah, maybe I don't have to really worry that much about having that be used for a unit test. MB, not MB. Oh, wait. Wait, I'm on the wrong workstation. Let's go back here. So megabytes is a capital MB, right? Am I correct or am I wrong? Am I correct? Okay, let's just Google. Versus MB. Is lowercase MB bits or bytes? Bits and then versus bytes. Okay. So let's go back to where we had before, which was like what, 6 megabytes. Okay. 6.14 megabytes to gigabytes. Cool. So it's gonna be even, it's gonna be much oh my goodness. Let's even do like something, a more reasonable machine like 16. It's a quite small number, guys. It's quite small number. It's quite a small number. So yeah, maybe the effort of considering that is actually not as worth compared to just doing it in this particular case. Sometimes, yeah, because it has to be power of 2 in memory. So, but that's like not as big of a thing. It's driving me crazy that I can't guess your microphone. Oh yeah, my. What is your guess, La Luna? I'm curious because we don't get much audio files out here. But I'm very curious at what your take or guess is, because it's my audio processing chain has been a very continuous process throughout my life. Let's see here. Hazard. So there's something weird happening here on Activate. Is Activate not called every single time? I wonder. Like, I feel like it should be in the lifetime of a particular hazard object, but I don't know. Anyways, GC and C# will eat more memory than your structure. Yeah, that's like the size of that structure is kind of crazily negligible. And there's kind of a weird amount of times where, like, if you think and sit to think about how much memory you're actually using, like, so many acceleration structures, or not acceleration structures, but so many structures are just not, like, it's not even worth worrying about it. Like, it's a worse use of your time trying to prematurely be fast than just do the thing. Like, I think we did even a stream where I did my, like, table class. And like, it's a terrible thing because it's like O of N lookup every time you want to get something. But in practice, especially how memory's laid out, it's like faster than a normal dictionary in C#, which is kind of crazy. Like, it's a very simple, like, way of blocking data together, but even though technically it's not performant, but at the counts that we're working with and the way things are laid out, it's actually faster to do that than use like caching. Or like there's other times where it's simpler just to like allocate a huge block of memory than it is to just with more data than you would ever actually use in an application than trying to do like the dynamically sized array thing. Audio-Technica AT2020, that's a classic, but no, that is not my mic, La Luna. Interesting guess, though. Interesting guess. You may have another one. A hint is that it's not an Audio-Technica. Oh man. What's going on along... Is it your name Lily? Just Lily. Glad to have you here. With your setup. The setup is like a Model M keyboard. And then good old-fashioned CRT from a Magnavox one. So I did a lot of yapping, but I haven't actually... Okay, there's a few things I was looking at. I was looking at the hazard. That's what I was looking at. Oh, you know what? We're in the process... We're writing unit tests, right? Like, we have a whole test folder. Why not just keep going down this line of unit tests? Unit test, quote unquote. I could just do a, what could I do? So here's a few things we can do. I can... Because there's some... You know, this is actually part of the math utility function, isn't it? Like, I can actually just add this to this unit test here. Angle from position. And test specific scenarios to ensure that we're getting the thing we're supposed to be getting. Get angle from position. Okay, cool. And then we have to have the actual target angle that we're expected to have here. Audio Technica is my guess. Gotcha. Nah, La Luna. So let me I don't know. If let me show you. I know, do you run your keyboard on a PS2 directly or into your CPU from the motherboard, or do you use a USB converter? Yeah, I have to use a USB converter because this is actually a very weird model. Not a weird one, but it doesn't use like a DIM5 connector or anything like that. It's its own weird thing that doesn't fit with, and you can't really find a normal converter. So I ordered this Soars converter from this guy in the UK. It's very nice. He did a very great job, and it's reprogrammable, so you can set the different keys here. It's pretty cool. Jordan Parsley, yes. What's going on, Danny? I don't know. But yeah, the mic in question. Drum roll. It's the Ashton Origin. That's what I'm using right now. The good old-fashioned Ashton Origin. So let's check the values for vector 3, V45. Yeah, we're using Unity Engine vector 3. I'll show you in a second. Cool. I miss having a PS2 port on my keyboard. Yeah, I'm actually using a PS2 port for this mouse though. Yeah, these two mouses are using a PS2 port to on my main machine, so it lives there at least, which is pretty cool. And angle from position. So we can do vector 3, 1, and that should produce a 45-degree angle. So you have to test normal stuff, and then we'll test winding. And this should be from 45. We're gonna go to like, I don't know, what should we do? Oh, I'm having a dumb brain moment. My brain doesn't want to do 90 plus 45. It would be 135. Okay, there we go. 135, 135, which is going to be a new. That's going to be -1, 1. And then let's try 270. So V. Well, actually, I want to test each quadrant first. And then we'll go from there. And then 180 plus 440 would be like 225. And then it'll be 270 plus 45, which is like what, 31? Okay. I'm not ashamed to say I'm a little not great at computation. I'd rather just get the right answer. So we're just gonna do that. 315. Okay, cool. Oh, I used my 100 searches. Okay, we have to buy. I need to pay for Kagi because it's actually legitimately good. So 315 for positive X. Positive X. Let me actually just. I know we have one here, but I'd rather have this be structured in a way that I can visually easily parse this to make sure we're covering our options correctly. Okay, cool. 1, 1, -1, 1, -1, -1, -1, -1. Cool. So we have these cases here. So I'm just going to condense this a little bit. And this will be the way we validate that this function is actually working correctly. 225. Finally, 315. Cool. And then I also want to verify some general directions like 270. And that's just going to be 0 on the x component. We also need to test like winding as well. So I'm going to do that in a bit. Actually, winding doesn't matter because we're using these set components, so that's not even applicable in our scenario. There's no concept of winding when it comes to a vector. At least like this kind of vector, the way a positional vector or directional vector. What's the other one? Is 180, right? So we're gonna have some confidence now that our angle function is actually working the way we intended it to. And ooh, I'm just realizing something as well, which is that this is supposed to be using Z. Oh my goodness, we have to move stuff around because I forgot. Unless we change the definition of this to, instead of taking a vector 3, we actually explicitly tell it which one is the x and which is the y that we're using to map onto this, which is less ambiguous than using a vector 3. But then we have to like normalize it as well. But that's like easier to map mentally here. Okay, let's do some stuff first before I do this, before I commit to this. Angle from position. Let me catch up in chat. My bad, guys. 1 second. Can't eat my shorts. What's going on? Code your web browser next. Maybe. On a fresh install of Linux, but it's pretty good. Yeah, Firefox is pretty good. Not much objections to it personally. I'm adding some test coverage. I'm trying to fix this culling model stuff. We did the map path generation today, and that's working good. So I want to test some other parts of my code to remove possibilities. Because if I know this part is working exactly the way I want it to, I can ignore it and assume it's good, and I can focus on other parts of the code to suss out what the issue is. So yeah, we're doing this unit test coverage here to evaluate what we're doing. So, but it requires mutating the, I mean, I'm being lazy here because this is taking the vector 3 position, but this is kind of imprecise and is kind of making a lot of assumptions here. So what I really need to do is actually just make sure what's defined here is actually more specific, and then go from there. And then, yeah. Yeah, like this is, right now we're in a game of, we're like in a murder mystery, and we're trying to figure out why things are going wrong across my code base. So we're doing like this unit test coverage to assess that. And that actually kind of simplifies some things in a weird way. I don't like this, but whatever. I'm sorry, can I not just access this new vector 2 directly? We normalize it, whatever. And then we work from here to make some determinations. Cool. Okay. So I think we're good there. Now we have to fix every single part of the code base that uses this. Or maybe we can actually, what we do is instead of doing, okay, what if we do this instead? What if we make, because we can just swizzle, we have swizzle operators, so maybe we still keep it at vector 2, but we're just being precise about what the values are. And then we name this to like normalized. It's gonna be position dot normalize. Oh, normalized position dot normalized. Yeah. Okay, so that should be fine. Now the issue is that everything else in the code base is not providing. There's 10 usages across our code base that are not doing this the way I would want it to, which is the problem. So what I'm gonna do is break them. It's gonna break this code as well, but we're just gonna break stuff so we can see where our usages lie. And then I'm just gonna I'm gonna swizzle it the way it's supposed to be. So we're gonna have we're gonna use a ZY. I don't have a CY swizzle, do I? I have a YZ swizzle. That's not what I want. I want a ZY swizzle. So I'm gonna add another utility function. This time it's gonna be a ZY swizzle operator. And we're gonna return from a vector 3, we're gonna return Z and Y. Then we can go back here, and now we can just provide this ZY swizzle for everything. So over here, same deal. We're gonna do ZY, and then the player, use that over here. These are still wrong because we broke the original definition, remember? So that's what's going on here. And I'm hoping that's everywhere in the code base where we use it. And then we can just change these to be back to a vector 2. And we're good there. And then this can be go back to a vector 3 or vector 2. And life is going to be, all those errors are going to be fixed everywhere else. I'm going to go through this usage one more time though, just to make sure that there's nothing else that's incorrectly not being swizzled. That's unit test stuff, yep. Buffer utilities, okay, that's still using it. Do we fix you? Yeah, you're swizzled. Okay, I think everything should be good there. So now we're gonna run our unit tests and hopefully things just work. Or just run the game and that's our unit test. Good night. You have a good one, Jordan. What's going on, Gary? Soft. This is like is this a parody account? I'm not gonna lie, like, I read that and it feels like a parody account. Oh man. So wait. We ran this. I didn't see any issues, so I think our unit test is passed actually. Let's re-import it. 16 gigs DDR3 can have Unity and Art. Yeah, you can do quite a lot with that. Thank you, Seven. I'm glad you dig the ambience. Here you go. What's going on, Chrono? Glad to have you here again, man. Thank you, Jordan. I appreciate it. Vibey as hell. I'm glad you dig it, man. Well, let's see if we can actually get fix the problems that we have going on here. All these bugs. Okay. Did we fail? No. So I'm assuming our unit tests are passing. Like, this is working as we intended it to. That's kind of surprising that this is just working. But yeah, these are just passing. Get angle from position. And the vector position is what you'd expect it to be. That is kind of cool. That means that our implementation actually is just solid. I mean, there's probably some edge cases I'm not dealing with, like the 0 edge case, but whatever. We'll deal with that. That shouldn't be happening though in my usage, but that's classic bad. That's classic works on my machine talk. Okay. But yeah, the unit test seems to have worked. So we're good there. Cool, which means that if hazards are not displaying with the correct angle, because we get this position here, yeah. X angle. Transform to local rotation. We do quaternion Euler. We pass into X angle because we want to rotate this around this axis on the X axis. Though the rotation on the Y could very well change that as well. And then we'd have wrong, but it'd be wrong in a very different way then. It would be wrong where things are going towards the, yeah. Like, okay, I think I did this because it was facing away by default with this X angle. So we do minus 180, but I should just do it on the same axis so that it's rotating in the way you want it to or expect it to. Maybe that's the issue. Let's see, let's find out. I'm making a game right now. It's like a little game in a month project. How you implement game systems? I've seen videos on YouTube, but they just go through theory and not practical examples. How you call them in other classes too. I mean, there's no way of doing it. I think there's some true general places. You can do a high, low, and then a low, high. When I say high, low, is that you're at a high level just thinking about the general things that have to exist, and like you're thinking almost in terms of API, outlining the objects and classes and who's going to be communicating with what and what a pipeline's going to look like. And then everything from there is a matter of implementation details, right? That's one way of going about things. You can go things the opposite way, where you actually work on the low-level stuff and try implementing it there, and then allow your findings from implementing it, the low-level stuff. Have your experience implementing that define the APIs and the structure of your system and how things have to exist and communicate with one another. Both are helpful in different contexts. You can do high to low if you know the specifications very explicitly, and if you know exactly how your system is meant to behave, and how should I say this? Like if the scope of the work you're doing is knowledgeable to you, right? Like if it's easy enough for you to understand it. The bottom-up approach is useful if you're dealing with something where you just don't know, even at a technical level, how this is going to look like, and the way you go about doing that can have ramifications on how the rest of your system interacts with it. So you just go into the weeds, tackle it, and then figure out how you're going to slop it into your module. That's one way of going about it. And then usually there's kind of a general hybrid that can emerge, but beyond that, it's very much specific to what you're dealing with and what kind of pre-existing structures that exist. I know I have general structures that exist for like session level data versus data that needs to be saved into save files, but for data that needs to be persistent across sessions, let's put it that way instead. This is not working. And this is just all kinds of weird and wrong. I kind of want to cache this in the state of these objects and then view it in debug mode. So there's that. There's also a consideration if you're working with people versus working by yourself. I architect things very differently than I do with people when I'm working on a team with other people. Usually, the way I architect things and systems is around communication boundaries with people, and to limit that as much as possible, because that's kind of usually a very it's kind of a significant bottleneck and adds a lot of friction. So the more you can limit communication lines between people, where like people can implement their thing in isolation without having to communicate with other people, the better. Can't avoid it, but you can minimize it. There's pros and cons to it though. By doing it that way, you end up neglecting or just avoiding solutions that may be much more simpler had you just had someone have the full knowledge of everything and just integrate it into one piece. And then there's a lot of things you add that are much more guardrails for people that, has some other trade-offs. So it's a whole thing, man. It's a whole thing, and you kind of develop your intuition around it by just going through cycles of developing features and versions of products and launching, and then seeing the ramifications of your decisions long term. Get angle for position. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna go into this and make this a private field, and then cache it, so I can actually inspect it. So I can be like, all right, why is this wrong, and what's the actual intended angle for this? Because I want this to be normal to the cylinder surface, and it's not. So I'm wondering why that is. I wonder if it might be due to the swizzle operator too. Like maybe we're using the wrong YZ. No, but I think that should be. Like then it would be offset and it would be consistently wrong. This is inconsistently wrong, which is what's weird to me. So we're just gonna do this and then see where this takes us. And relevant for companies now in the future? I have no idea. I don't do web deving. I work in the world that's very different and very separated from web dev. So I can't really speak to the future or the quality of those frameworks. And then in general, I just don't like working with highly abstracted languages. It's not even abstracted, it's like this weird. JavaScript is just not great. But then there's like layers and layers of abstraction that exist there. That's just not fun. We run this. We run this and then we see what happens, and then we're gonna inspect stuff. What's going on here? Is this whole thing? No, there's no AI generation. I'm living. You can, John. I have all the archives for this making a game within 3 weeks / a month on YouTube, starting from the very first day. The very first day where I was unsure if I wanted to do it, and we just started kind of implementing stuff. So, yeah, it exists, and you'd be surprised how much you can get done on even on a CRT. And I've been using it for other stuff. Like I was writing my game engine in this too before that, and then I was doing the task management app as well. Wait a second, what's going on here, pal, buckaroo? All right, how are you oriented? You got your pivot, your oriented global space. Let's go in local space. So the z-axis is pointing that way. X-axis is still the way I expect it to be. That's cool. Not great though. So for here, we're in, or Z is positive, Y is positive in this direction. That would make this be quadrant 2. This is quadrant 1, this would be quadrant 2. And for this particular thing, I would expect it to have a degrees of greater than 90, less than 180. Is that the case? This has a degree of 180 explicitly. Now that is weird. I wouldn't expect it to that, because you'd have 180 if the position was down there. So that is piquing my curiosity. Why is it that these guys have an incorrect X angle, and it's uniform too, so everything on this axis is just wrong. This is in quadrant 2, meaning what? The Y position is positive, but the Z position is negative. Yeah. In the coordinate space of Y and Z, where Z is the X-axis, we normally is a horizontal axis and Y is the vertical axis. This is quadrant 2, and things are behaving weird there. And in fact, let's add this to the unit test. Because either like the cache values, either the value isn't being called every time we pull this from the pool, which, wow, that'd be bad. But I doubt it, or our function's incorrect. That's like the only two possibilities that exist. No, and this sets it active, so this is what's making it visible, which means our function is just wrong. So let's actually go into our unit test and add this failing case to it, and allow this to determine what is going on here. Okay, we just can go to run tests. We're running this for sure, and then we're going to add this failing case. Oh wait, 1 second, don't do that. No changes, because I need to remember. Do you guys remember 63, negative 19? 63.4, negative 19.38. Can someone please in chat remember this for me? Remind me before I start accidentally trigger a recompile and lose that. 63.4, negative 19.38. 63, negative 19. 63, negative 19.4. And 63.4. Okay, sweet. We have our failing thing. Actually, so let's just debug log this first. We're not going to do any insertions yet because I don't even know what the target value would be. We can manually hand calculate it. That wouldn't be that crazy, but I just want to see what value it's being outputted here. Bad result. Cool. Let's save it, recompile it, run it, and then see what we get. So we're gonna recompile it and see what went wrong with our game. What's going on here? What are you doing? I'm writing a unit test. So there's something failing in our game with how we're positioning these spike objects. The angle is not correct, and I'm writing a thing called a unit test that throws different scenarios at code to see if it's doing the things we expect it to, and I found the values that are making this not work good, and I'm going to test it to see if it's really the function that's wrong or if it's something else in the game. We're doing a murder mystery, and we're trying to eliminate suspects from the lineup. That's essentially what we're doing. Okay, and then the bad result for 63.4 and negative 19.4 is 342. That was the bad result we talked about. You guys recorded it, right? I said it was quadrant 2 because... No, that's quadrant 4. Positive value, negative y component. Okay, one second. Let's just try going to where things start failing. Like right here. Things start failing right here. Cool, that's around where we were at last time as well. These guys are saying, what? X angle of 180. That's where they're saying. Y angle 64. Z negative 16. Did I pass the right thing? I just realized I might have passed the wrong values as well. Yeah, that's the Y value. These are supposed to be switched. Wait one second. Y64 knows negative 16 here. Yeah, so it is quadrant 2. Negative Z, which is X, positive Y. I was right. It is quadrant 2. I just got myself swapped around. That seems to be the quadrant where things are being a little weird. So let's try this now and see if this is actually working the way we want to. I also wonder if it's like, because they're all consistently 180, which doesn't seem right to me. So I'm thinking there's some weird stuff going on here. Either values being cached or our function just breaks down at one of those quadrants. We're about to find out now. Moment of truth. What's your Twitter name? Cozy Cabin Games, like underscore or something. You can go to cozycabingames.com and you have the direct link to Twitter and Blue Sky and all those sites, Instagram and whatnot. I need to post more on them, but we'll get there eventually. I just need more time, dude. Isn't testing exhilarating? It's the greatest. I love testing. It's like eating your vegetables as a kid. It's the greatest. You just love it. Okay, so let's just see what the values we got here. So the bad result for negative 19.4 and 63.4 is 107. So what did I say? If we're in quadrant 2, our values should range from 90 to 180. That seems correct to me, in all honesty. If I'm gonna be real with you, this value does look correct. So, where does that leave us? Where does that leave us? If I know for a fact hazard is being activated, the only thing that can happen that can cause this is if it's activated once, but then now it needs to appear somewhere else, and we just move it there without deactivating it and reactivating it. That would be like the scenario where that would be wrong and that wouldn't work. I don't think we shouldn't ever do that. I don't believe that should happen, but should versus reality are two different things, right? So I guess we're just gonna have to go through this and figure it out. And that would happen in a view model. Not view model, and just model. Or model update. Where we go into here. Check to see we have the start index, we have the end index. We iterate through within that range. We get the slot. We check to see if that slot is alive. That's cool. And then if it's alive, if it's not alive, we continue. Otherwise, at the slot, we get the slot Y value. We check to see if there's a Y range. And we continue if it's out of range. Otherwise, yeah, okay. If it exists in the scene already, we just continue on our way and we don't touch it, we just leave it the way it is. And then otherwise we create this entity. And then after we create the entity, we place it. And creating an entity is where we request it from this pool, activate it, and then eventually we position it. So this would call the activator. But let's just be really, really careful. And we're gonna add an explicit init. Or actually even within this place object on board function. Yeah, we don't even guard against null references, so we're actually making sure that they get handled. Oh, I know what's happening. We're calling initialize. We're setting it with its original position where it starts off at, but then we override the position with this. Oh. So then a simple fix, I mean a bad unperformant fix, but like, you know, a simple fix would be having this happen on update, where instead of on activation, because we thought we knew where things are happening in our life cycle, we don't. We instead just do this like every single frame it's alive. Or we just get component hazard and then call a specific function to position it correctly. I almost feel inclined to do this with every single game object, if I'm gonna be real with you. Maybe I should just do that, because this doesn't have to be logic that lives in here. We can just do that within the game board. We could just do this. We do that, and then we have transform. Do this transformation for everything, and life should just be good. We set the position first, and then we do the rotation, because that's what's used here, is rotation. Okay. And then that's like one less thing. We don't even need this overload anymore, because we moved that logic somewhere else. Okay, and then we're just gonna try this out and see if we're happy or not. Hopefully we are. I'd like to be happy. But we're gonna find out if we found our murder culprit. Let me catch up in chat real quick. My bad, guys. Thank you, Yerma. I appreciate the sub. You can build anything. Yeah, or just tie, man. I don't know. Yeah. I think passion is the biggest factor, because if you're passionate about something, you'll learn about the things, and then you'll get better. No! Never mind. Never mind. Things have gone wrong. I've been betrayed. What I thought was right was not right. It's actually all wrong. I failed in life. What's up, Maximus? Good to see you in horizontal chat land. No! I can't believe they've done this to me. They've done this thing to me. It's not working. At all. It's tearing my heart apart. It works here. But then as you start going off angle, it's like they're all stuck at 180. Which is strange. So we're gonna do something. We're gonna do the... Oh, I didn't save this file. Maybe it was that? I didn't save the file. Maybe that's the issue. I just didn't save it. Let me just try this one more time. I just want to believe that we're not going to have the same result, that things are going to be different this time. That something has changed. I want to believe. Just wait a second. Just wait a second. Nope. It's a tragedy. Okay, we're just gonna go in here, bring all this code back. We're gonna do this and update every single frame. We don't even care anymore. We're just gonna do this. Is this ZY producing the correct vector Z, vector Y? Yep. That's the component direction I would expect it to exist in. Cool. We're just gonna do this and update every single frame. Just gonna do it. I just need to verify. I just need to see if this is working the same way. That means that it's not the lifetime hooking. Well, the lifetime hooking is actually part of the problem, no matter what. But it also means that there's something weird with our function, man. That we should probably test a little bit more robustly. Yeah, like look at that. How they all fail. And as you start going back an angle, they start coming back, but no. See, that's the odd part. So this should be calculated every single frame. So let's go to where these bad boys exist. Okay. Unless my quaternion looked like thing is just wrong. Because they at least seem like they're perpendicular, but it's just like at a wrong angle. Angles 280. Are they different at least across the rows? 228, 231. They are different. So okay, this is it's a step up. They're not all 180. They're actually different values, which is good. We're stepping in the right direction. We're stepping in the right direction, I believe. Where is this? What quadrant is this? This is in the quadrant 3, where all components are negative, meaning that this is a valid value range. We're going from 180 to 270. 231 is within that range. That's acceptable. So I wonder if our quaternion Euler thing is just the way we're using it is wrong. That could very well be the case. We're just using quaternion Euler wrong. And if that's the case, we get this angle, this an angle in degrees. We're passing it into here because that's what we want to rotate. We want to rotate on the x-axis. Am I incorrect in that assumption? Also, this is an angle of 51. Let me type in 230. So now it produces this just facing the opposite direction. Okay. What if I do -1 at 180? I mean, it's gonna be just in the correct direction, but okay. So that's the raw x angle plus the -180 rotation. So given our degree math, that should be correct. Like the degree we're getting from our math utility, this is representing it correctly. Which means that the conversion from this to a quaternion is where things are going weird. It's likely where the odd stuff is happening. Now let me verify one simple thing. The parents are at an affine transformation. Yes, 0 rotations, scaling, nothing. Everything is affine. Cool. That makes things a bit more better. Can you hear the room is under fire? No, it's just a little relaxing fire sounds. Yesterday I started to study algorithms finally, which to find out I need to learn data structures first, but I'm cool, you know. That's sick, dude. I mean, it's all the same things. It's all tied. Data structures and algorithms. They're all very, very much intimately related. So you're going to learn a little bit about both. In producing data structures, you're going to have to write some algorithms to do that. And some algorithms are going to require some data structures to operate upon. It's all connected. Okay. There's something with the Euler to quaternion that's just going on here. There's something going on here. Also, wait a second. We have a range of objects that are visible here, because that's what's in view for the player. Why do these exist over here? I'm sorry, what? Who are you? Why are you over there? What? Why are you over there? Who's done this to you? Is that why things are teleporting? Oh my goodness. This is just perplexing me more and more and more and more. That's such a weird thing. I'm glad I have this recorded because I can go back to this later and actually look at this. So, okay. Euler. Is there any oddities here with how you handle rotation? Like, is there a limit? Is there a winding issue? I mean, this is single winded, but maybe some of them are just like bound by negative 180 and 80. That could be a thing. This is not using the legacy one, right? This is not deprecated, is it? I know there's one that's deprecated. Method. Aggressive inlining. You're not the deprecated method. Please tell me that. Quaternion Euler. I don't think you're the deprecated one, so I think we're good. Let me read it. We're gonna do something scary, guys, and that's called reading documentation. I know, terrifying. Terrifying. But sometimes you just have to go in there. Rotation in degrees around the x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis. Angle rotation specified by the XYZ converted to a quaternion. The rotation order is ZXY. Converts an input Euler angle rotation specified in 3 floats. Yep. Is represented as a quaternion. The rotation direction is counterclockwise when looking from the origin. Counterclockwise when looking from the origin along the axis of rotation. Interesting. So we have the z-axis. Yeah, so we're doing counterclockwise. We're starting from here. This is 0, 360. It's going counterclockwise. So our angle, our degree thing is actually correct there. A rotation of 30 degrees around the y-axis. Yes. Set local position and rotation. Is there a reason why they have to be both set at the same time? Shouldn't be. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Namely, because we're also doing this with the character, and that logic there is fine. Like if we go to the player in our physics update class or function. Here, we're doing the final transform local rotation using quaternion Euler, the same, yeah, and we're providing the rotation on the x-axis, which is going to be, yeah. So like this is fine. This is fine there. That gets angle. We're doing minus 180 to correct, so it's facing the correct way, but that shouldn't. That's good. It's still resulting in like a similar kind of. It's not. That's not the issue. I almost feel tempted to try a different thing, like quaternion look at direction and use a z. The ZY to indicate like the forward direction. What's going on here? Oh, I think I moved like the browser around. I'm not seeing. 1 second, let me move chat around. My bad, guys. Yeah, live stream is over there. Back here. Yep. Coding. Yeah, we're coding right now. I'm glad, Hafu, man. That's the goal, dude. Just want to have a chill vibe here, so you guys can like relax and hang it out. I tried to check it out to 180. It's still the same rotation, just flipped the way you'd expect it to, which does not help for in that scenario. So I almost feel inclined to try different. Like I feel this is dumb because mathematically I feel like it should be correct, but especially since we're abiding by the same definitions a Unity set for that. But we can try doing like look rotation, but the thing is, look rotation is gonna be weird across certain axes. It's easy to get the forward direction, the forward one, but the upwards one is not gonna. Like, we're gonna have to do like a cross product against like the X. Like, that's just what we're gonna have to do, I think. Or you have it has to be normalized as well. It just feels like so much more work for something we're calculating, or we have here that's a bit easier to calculate. But it's like what? Is going to be equal to transform dot position. Yeah, actually, it's going to be transform position, but we squash the x-axis. So that's going to be the forward one, and then up is going to be what? The cross product of this and because if you have this arbitrary forward angle, we know x is always going to be perpendicular to that, and that would give us our y. So it would be vector 3 dot right. In fact, we don't have to do this. We can just do up, and that would produce our up vector, and then we can do our look rotation forward and then up. And of course, this one has to be normalized as well. And we're not using vector 3 up, we're using just a regular up. Or no, forward. And right, and that's going to produce our up vector. And they're going to use this look rotation instead. And see what that produces for us. Well, the game style, I'll show you in a second, man. Yeah, it's extra work. I just don't like it, and I feel like the things we're defining should just work mathematically, and it's still not working. Okay, wait 1 second. It's we have to let's trigger the recompilation first, and then we're gonna go from there. We're gonna go from there. 1 second. Okay, cool. We start. Let's see where we end up with this. Okay, we're not seeing anything. Oh my goodness, we are seeing something now, but they're all doing the same exact thing. It's the same. Did I just see coins? The coins are there though, they're visible. Dude, at this point, the simplest thing would be just to slap the face camera component onto it. I've been fighting it because I'm like, the math I have should be correct. And yet, this is not. They're all, like, forcibly wrong in the same way. What assertion was wrong? Oh, maybe we're not even reaching that part of the code because there's an exception that's happening before you reach it. Assert. What's happening here? Is true. Oh, that's actually might be what's going on, at least in some cases. Can't be in every case though. 433. We're asserting that the coin pickup is true. That's failing sometimes. That's not great. And that would only affect the coins. That wouldn't affect the other stuff. That's strange. That is strange. Oh no, this is not strange. It's asserting that, hey, the coin does exist. That's all it's doing. It's saying, hey, yo, coin is working. I was just trying to catch cases where it wasn't. So that wouldn't affect hazards anyways. Wait, no. 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 This would be failing if there's no coins that exist when we do request from pool. Okay, never mind. That means our pool is not large enough for this. That's simple then. Never mind. Yeah, this is still strange though. This is still strange. I could fix the other problem though, FNF application. Like, it's not about making this work anymore. It's about, it's personal. I need to understand why this is failing in this particular way. I need to know. Yeah, let's just do like 50 should be more than enough. I don't know why that would be that would fail. If you have more than 50 coins on screen, that's kind of crazy. If I'm gonna be honest with you, that's like kind of insane. But whatever. Come on, what's going on here? Also, just be safe. 100. Okay, let's see what's going on. Come on, buddy. Work with me. Work with me, pal. Okay, reloading. I'm out of water, man. I need to hydrate. Seriously. No, not C++. Just Unity, C# right now. One day I'll be able to go back to my engine project, but right now we're just. I need to prove to myself that I can finish a game, man, before I start making an engine or continue down that engine path. Yep. Oddities are going on here. Something strange is going on. Let's look at the stack trace and see what's going on here. What's happening with the stack trace? I still have this thing, but that's just to test, that's for testing stuff. We have this proper null reference exception happening here. At what line? 399? And it's because this object doesn't exist. I wish I knew what object you requested doesn't exist, but I have a hunch that it's the coin one. Actually, wait. Yeah, I think it's a coin one. Which is still weird then, because it means like we're requesting a crazy amount, more than actually exists in the board. It's really weird, man. No, but when you create a build, it converts the C# code to C++ using. Oh yeah, I mean if you're using IL to C++ is doing that, but that's just like, you're not aware of that C++ code unless you're doing like jobs and burst compilation, and then you're looking at the generated assembly. But nah. Do you have a leak objects not being returned to the pool after being destroyed and de-rendered? Let's see. That would be the case that it's like exhausting it. The thing is, like, we have to look at the color, the object color, to see that. Maybe that's. Let's see here. No, it's getting the poolable object here, so it should be returning to the pool. It shouldn't be discriminating based off coin, because both of them extend this. Let's look, be sure. Yep, hazard and pickups extend that, and they're both at the root level. There's only one object, so it's not like it can be getting any other component beyond that one. Okay, we're gonna do something. Cause this is okay. We're just gonna do this real quick. We're gonna comment that out. Okay, this construction happens on create. Yeah, we have the hazard component, all that fun stuff. Cool. We load the correct material for it. Nice. We're just gonna add one more component to it. And just see where that takes us. Let's see where this takes us. Never heard of C#? There's like so many languages. Yep. Always had a dream to learn to make a game, even so as simple as Tetris, if possible. Tetris is not simple, dog. That Tetris is not simple. But yeah, I'd say, man, just start making games, man. That's how I feel like that's how most programmers start. Is just trying to make a game. Honestly, it even starts off with just getting an image on the screen and moving it around, and then for me, doing that just kind of filled my brain with all the different possibilities of what that could be. And let that just keep taking, man. Yeah, of course. No, let's see. Nope, it's still being wrong. It's still being bad. I'm gonna go crazy, man. I'm gonna go absolutely crazy. I'm gonna go absolutely nuts with how this is behaving. It is so weird. It's like no matter what I do, it's just ignoring it. It just does not care. It's like, hey, you can use the quaternion look direction. You can use whatever. And it's happening in the update. And the component exists. That's the thing that's so weird. It exists. We have this transform axis constraint thing. Is that affecting things? Wait a second. Debug. We have an access constraint object on this. Transform axis constraint. World space. Locked positions. Nope, no positions are locked. There's no cache original rotation. Instant look is on. We're locking the Y constraint, but allowing rotation on the X and the Z. I mean, unless I need to do something different, like let's... No, stop moving. Go back there. In fact, we're gonna pause the game. Go into scene. And this guy in particular, we're gonna inspect you. We're gonna do some stuff. Let's flip these. Does that change anything? Y constraints aren't affecting anything. We have this commented out as well. The look rotation didn't change. The face camera thing isn't changing anything. We're going from such an innocuous, simple seeming bug, and it's like turning into something that's just kind of a little monster. Because that's not changing things. Bringing this back. And get rid of the face camera thing as well. You also have to, there's one other thing I need to do, which is remove a component. This is unrelated, but it just needs to happen. Mesh. I think to delete components, you have to just destroy them, I think. And then we can just add a sphere collider. Which should be work irrespective of angle, and also faster to compute than testing meshes. That's not an important thing, but I know that's something in the back of my mind I had to take care of. So now we're back here. Now we are back here. Am I... Okay. Yeah, this is the original thing. We're doing local rotation. Can I just do rotation? Just world space rotation? Or better yet, what rotation functions do you have? Rotate around, so you specify the axis and the angle. Okay, you know what? We're gonna just do that. We're gonna just do that instead of what I'm doing here. We're gonna rotate around vector 3 right. And we're gonna pass an X angle, which seems to be correct now. And then what's the issue here? Is obsolete. Wait, what? Make event function update what do you why mark it as what are you talking? Do I have update? Okay, I don't have to do an override. Okay, I was like scared I was like, did I add an update function without realizing that I had one already declared in the base class and I had a... No, but we are good with this. I got scared for a second. I got genuinely very scared for a second. I was like, that would have explained why things don't seem to be doing anything, because, you know. Do we have the axis constraint thing cached here somewhere? Time dilation, we have this time dilation coefficient, we have original parent, pause service. We have this recycler. I'm also kind of curious about this transform axis constraint. Kind of concerned about that might be also the factor that's messing with things here. That could very well be the case. Like maybe I have to go into hazard and be like, yo, this axis constraint thing, just make sure it's free. Everything seems to be free though, but I don't know, at this point I can't trust anything or anyone. Okay, so this is obsolete. It's an obsolete function. And as we remember, weird things happen with obsolete functions. This is not obsolete. This is rotate, axis, and angle. So that's actually what we need to use. Okay, we're going to try this again. Toes crossed. Hopefully this is the missing figure. What game you're making? It's like a mobile Android like racing 2D game. I read chat sometimes. I'm just kind of wrapped in this Glocky. I'm just I've developed an arch nemesis and we're just stuck in here. Oh my goodness, that is terrible in a whole new way. It's spinning every single frame. It's not an absolute rotation, it's a relative transformation. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely terrible. But also, maybe just what we need. Because maybe instead of doing this every single update, we instead do transform. Let me see if there's any other. Nope. I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, this function, place object on board. You are instead going to be, or you know what? I could just do the thing where we, let's go to hazard. Go back here, bring this back here, and we could just say like, hey, transform rotation. You're gonna equal quaternion dot identity, and then this is always gonna be a relative rotation because beforehand we set the rotation to identity, and then it's gonna be relative to identity. So re-import. Try this again. This computer, I mean, it's not really, it's all vintage stuff. The computer is actually a modern computer. I just have old peripherals, this IBM keyboard and the CRT. Here's the general information about it, though. About my system and everything. You can see how modern my actual underlying system is, though. Okay, let's see. Do you compile? Do you press run? Either work or you don't. Okay, nothing's visible. And now they're visible. Oh my, and it's the same exact error. It's the same exact issue. of things just being is just looking at 180. That's all they're doing. It's like they're all prefixed with looking at 180 degrees. I don't understand it. Like, look at all these guys. Alright, what's your X? Do we not set the X angle on any of them? Did I not do that? No, we did. You have this here. Okay. These all have an X angle of 188, 0. It's oscillating between these two values. How is that 0? When you have a local position normal. This is local position. Do I need a... I'm using world position though, right? Yeah, we're good. This is world position. So... maybe the world position value I'm passing is just wrong. I'm assuming everything's... I have everything set up so that origin is like here. Which means that your Y or Z position are going to be somewhere very much out here. Along the 4 quadrants we've defined before. Which seems to be the case here. There's like some assumption I have that's just fundamentally wrong. This is positive Y, positive Z. So this is going to be in quadrant... what? If this is quadrant 1, this would be quadrant 4. Which means their values would have to be somewhere between 270 and 360. These are not, though. Interesting. And these are world space position values. Okay, we're good then. I was scared that we were getting the local position values, but no, this is the position is world space position. That's good. Because regardless of rotation, it's not going to impact these coordinate values, which means that I can use them for the unit test stuff. So in this case, this one's it's like negative 46 and 46, and it's producing a value of 172. Okay, so we are Let's look at this real quickly. Let's just add a negative 90 to it. Or plus 90. I mean, again, if this is wrong, it'd be consistently wrong. The fact that it's not consistently wrong is what's weird to me. Also, the fact that some of these are 0 degrees is weird. That's wrong. Should not be 0 degrees. Is this when... because you're close to 45. But no, that's not gonna... There's no case where they're 0. They're both 0. So that's not the issue. So Cozy, what's going on? Yeah, it's a 3D game. Okay, what's up, crypto manipulation trader? still coming together. It's not quite there. It's very tragic. We have some wins with the level generation stuff, which is cool. But the visuals for the actual hazards are just being very weird for some reason. I don't understand it. It's very weird. Not to mention the pooling stuff. Dude, I kind of want to just like take a day off stream and just go through this. Like add unit test coverage for everything to inspect why this weird stuff is happening. Why the color is being odd. Cause that's like the thing that's, and then there's like invisible hazards that are existing for some reason. Like that, I'm running into stuff that, yeah. Like these things on paper are cool and it's kind of working, but so it's cool as a proof of concept. But these systems have to be hardened and be far more consistent for it to work the way I want it to. And then yeah, there's this issue where it's like everything is just at a certain angle. The normal is just failing. The quadrant calculations are just wrong. And it's very strange. This is actually cool. I can see the culling thing working right now. Or doing its thing. It shouldn't be doing this. It should be like, since the screen is exactly still, then the space that we're occupying, like this, there should be nothing that's culled and nothing that's added in. Yeah, there seems to be something that's offsetting. That's allowing this to kind of keep growing and then get cold. Like they're recycling the object screen, the object pooling thing. Yeah, you can see it doing some weird stuff here. So that's also weird. And the fact there are like coverage for the unit, we have to add more stuff for the unit test to cover. Okay, there's some null reference exceptions happening as well, which might be causing some weird stuff. But it might be symptoms of like our pool running out of objects because there's some little lack of precision that's causing objects to keep getting requested from the pool. So this is very, very strange and weird. What are the angles for the invisible hazards? Any chances those are being calculated properly? They should all be the same because they're all being calculated every single frame. And we're using their world to transform position. So their transform position was at a correct place, which it would be to be able to collide with a player. Then the same angle calculated for this road be applied for that invisible objects. I think I need to just get this object culling thing working properly first and then tackle this. Because things are just being very weird. We're standing absolutely still. The game is paused right now, in game. And yet, there's this large variability that's happening over here. Let me go to where the player is at, actually. So you can see the macro view of what's happening behind the scenes. Where there's a player, then that's like the maximum amount of things that can be shown at any given time. The illusion's working pretty well. It seems like it's just one steady thing for the most part. But if you look at the hazards, you're seeing some objects are getting removed and then placed back in continuously. Which is not only weird, but can cause some issues. Which is not good. Now I'm looking to see if there's anything at the fringes or edges that can be causing this. But like if I were to select one instance, you're gonna see it how it's moving around. Yeah, see that? Like that one, this is the same exact game object. I haven't moved it, but you're seeing how it's being returned to the pool and then placed somewhere else in the world. So the illusion's preserved, but we're doing like redundant calculations. Right now, nothing should be happening because everything is in view. So I think objects are getting needlessly culled. I think that's fundamentally what's going on here. That would be the culprit for this. Because the model wouldn't have to repopulate this if everything was being culled correctly, and it doesn't seem like that's the case. It's cool that the illusion is pretty consistent as it is, though, because you can't really tell even here that that's happening, but that's what's going on under the hood. And that prevents us. The whole goal of this is that it allows us to only need like maybe 100 objects, as opposed to like thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of objects populated on screen. So cool little visual of this culling system working, but it's bad. It's actually bad. And this is returning. Yeah, like this is. I feel like I'm going crazy. Not for that. Like that's. We're gonna have to inspect that, but yeah, there's something wrong going on here. Table.viewmax. So the entry doesn't exist. We continue forward. We have the key value of the object that exists in the view. If X is in range, so if X, key.X is greater than or equal to min.X and it's less than and equal to max.X. That seems reasonable. Very straightforward and reasonable. Then we have our flip inclusion rule here, where if y is greater than min y and less than max y, maybe it's just like there's a subtle offset where this has to be greater than or equal to and then less than or equal to. Like I wonder if that's what's going on here, that these things need to be inclusive. Greater than or equal to min y and then less than and equal to min y. So if it's within this range, this window on the y, then it's considered in range. Otherwise, if you're doing flip inclusion, then it has to be the key.y is less than min y and key.y is, or key.y is greater than max y. There's some considerations why we did that, do it this way. Either way, if it's in range, we just skip. We don't have to cull this object. And then if this value is null, we just remove it from the list to begin with and continue on our way. Because somehow an object was destroyed or something. That should never even happen, honestly. I should just do an assertion. Because that's just a weird behavior. But whatever, we're gonna. Then we get the poolable object component and return it to the pool. We remove it from list using this key. Removal count. Oh, because we're doing. What? Oh, this is the list of objects we need to remove. So we removed 0 objects, we set the key to this, and then later on afterwards we iterate through that list. 1 sec. Wait, what? Okay, that's the amount of objects you need to remove. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. So view contains key. Wait, what am I doing? We never remove it from view? Wait a second. We iterate through this. We get the position. And if the view contains the key, we don't remove it? That's the opposite. We're supposed to remove it if it exists. Otherwise, if it doesn't exist, we just continue on. Please tell me it's not that. That's causing weird stuff. I mean, let's just find out, but oh my goodness. Denny review stuff. What's the game? It's a remake of a game I did 5 years ago. I'll show you in a second. Let's go on Savio or Siavo. You're watching a man wrestle with, he's fighting for his. You're watching a man fight for his life in a forest of his own creation. We're struggling out here in my own complexity. I think it's warranted, but also it's still like. I kind of made this simple, casual game way more. Added a bunch of sophisticated stuff to it. For no. I think there's a good reason for it, but. I'm sure if I was in the game jam, I would have done something way simpler for the level generation. Okay, I'm hitting a bunch of invisible objects right now. That's cool. Let's just pause. Let's look at the object pool. Hey! It's behaving kind of consistent. So far, so good. What about the actual game object in the scene? They're not moving, and the game is paused in game. They're facing. They just need to be flipped by 180 degrees. That's fixable. There's a null reference. I don't like that in Game Board Manager. That's not good. But we will. That's actually very. What? Wait. 378. Oh, is that from the previous session? Maybe I didn't. Okay, whatever. Okay. This is kind of. Is it hopeful? Because I'm only seeing one line of objects here, and that's not actually great. So maybe I'm getting my hopes up a little too early. Okay, let's just do that flip arena real quick. Because the way the quad is oriented, we have to flip it. It's annoying, but I don't know why Unity's hazard or quad model is like that, but whatever, we can live. Okay, we're gonna recompile. We're gonna run it, and hopefully life is good. I do have a day job. This is just what I do for fun. On how to code? No, not really. I have tutorials for like little simple things on like Vim stuff, but nothing really extensive. I've coded as Scrabble. It's a Scrabble-like game, but in text form in Python. Hey, that's no slouch though. Oh my, okay. I'm going down. No, it's doing the thing. It's doing the thing. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. My anger cannot be contained. But hey, at the very least, I am not seeing some crazy flickering. It seems to be working pretty consistently. We're not leaking objects. It just, my pool, okay, never mind. I spoke too soon. Some objects started popping in and out of existence. That's no good. I don't know why they're there's like one or two objects that are popping out of existence, which is strange. And it's like at very weird spots. It's very weird. If I'm gonna be real with you, I find it very strange. And the rotation thing is still busted. And now the culling is even worse. Okay. Why is this behaving like that? Clearly there's a bunch of objects that are still in view of the screen. I'm not seeing the crazy cycling of objects though, like runaway allocations. That's cool. But the object thing culling is being way too permissive. It's getting rid of things that don't even need to be removed. So again, it calls into question if our Y values are working correctly, because it seems to be an issue with the Y value. The Y value is somehow causing this. Let me check something real quick. Game Board Manager, Calc Y. We have this function here. We get the player instance angle within 360, player 0, 1. We do this stuff here. This is jank enough to even warrant it. Honestly, no, but this is, even though it's kind of jank, it's also kind of simple because we're not, it's simple transformations. It's not like something I would really need a unit test. We do our math wrap function here. Okay. So we get the current angle from the player. Honestly, I almost want to use like the, I don't know. Either way, we have this 360 thing. We have player theta is greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, player theta divided by 360. Otherwise, if it's less than 0, if it's a negative value, then we do 360 times. Do these current turns not cancel out? Is that plus 360? Oh, it's plus 360. Never mind. So player theta is negative in this case. It's less than 0. We do player theta minus 360 because we don't want to have negative values. We want to have it be round within 360 degrees. So we do that, and then we divide it by 360 to get the normalized value. I understand. Okay. I understand my rationale here. Next, we do a math wrap. This is the value, and then the upper and lower bounds are 0 and 1. We should probably unit test this as well, because I'm not sure how well this works. Also, 0f, just to be on the safe side and not make sure we're using the float version. Or maybe, just to be even more safe, we can do like a specific function for wrap 0, 1, because that might be something I do a bunch. Sounds like metal. Yeah, it's buckling springs. For some it seems. Yeah, it's just fun. This is not even originally mine. I got it from Vintage Fests. And I've just been using it for the past like year or two. It's pretty cool. I enjoy it. The math wrap. So we do what? Normalize from 0 to this way. So but now we want to have the value be swapped. So we do 1 minus player 0, 1. swap it, and then shift it by 0.5. Why do I do this? Why do we do that? Because I would assume 0, 1 would just be board height, but no. We shift it over. Oh, so that... Okay, I understand why we do that, I think, which is that 0 is here and then, 1 is up here, right? But in reality, center is actually going to be in the middle of the board, which is why we shifted by 0.5. I don't know why we invert it though on by 1. That's probably some term that just kind of cropped up because it fixed the problem. Yeah, the magic coefficient that fixes the problem. Then we have player 0, 1, and we make it be in range of board height. And then min y is player y row minus cell half height. Okay, cull half height. Yeah, that's the half height of the cull range. And then we have to count for wrapping. So if min y is less than 0, then we have to wrap it around. So we do board height minus min y equals the new min y value. And then we have max y, which is the same deal. If it's greater than... This might be the weird thing. This is supposed to be indexing into the... It's supposed to be an index space. So if max y... So that's where we're including board height, because you're never actually going to... That's not an index value. So if max y is greater than or equal to board height, then we do we account for wrapping. And that's gonna be the leftover. I'm guessing. It feels right. I have to find like a particular one. And then we do, if it's a flip inclusion, we have to do the flip. We have to swap the min and maxes for the y values. Okay. So we walked through it. It seems to kind of make sense for the most part to me. I mean, there's some parts that are wiggly, and that's probably where the weird stuff is coming from. It's some little nuance here. And some imprecision in terms of cull half height. And of course, the only thing that has the power to remove objects from existence is this function. So there might be some weird just edge case that's causing it to continue. That only really would happen if like value equals null, which is, where's value from? Yeah, that should not be supported. We should never have null values in our view. Oh, I guess if we... Yeah, but no, that should never be a thing. That should never be a thing. In fact, we're gonna assert that that's never a thing. That should never, ever, ever happen. If it does, we're doing bad, evil things. And we deserve this exception to happen. Okay. As for the culling conditions, I have to think about this min y thing. Because maybe this has to, maybe I shouldn't use equal to. I don't know, we'll see. It has one for all his old games. Yeah, honestly, it's super great to play old school games on this. Because you're playing it the way it's intended to. So games like Final Fantasy VI, the sprites look better. Way better. Because they designed it so it can be blended by the CRT. And doing pixel art is also kind of cool because I get to see my art in a way that's, you know, in the way most people don't get to see. And all of a sudden these sharp edges feel very smooth and organic. It breathes life into it. It's beautiful, dude. I love it. Even like low poly 3D games look better with this. Heck, even some modern games kind of look better with it. Yeah, we're still dealing with this angle issue, but I want to make sure the culling is working better. And it feels way more consistent, honestly. Honestly, it feels like a testament that this worked as well as it did when we were not returning objects into the pool. Like the illusion of the objects being the same was just, it just worked for the most part, which is kind of crazy to think about. That means what we wrote is actually pretty dang robust. Also, is this... Okay, let's... I'm not going to start celebrating yet, but this feels better already. Like, I'm not seeing objects pop in and out right now. Like, except when I'm getting hit, but that's a different story. Dang it! Okay. Dang it, it happened. And it shouldn't matter how extreme of a situation it is. Yep, and there's individual ones that are popping in and out. Yeah, that's weird. So you pause it in game. We look at the object pools. Nothing moving, thankfully, so it's very solid. That makes me very happy. But that object that was there is gone now, and it was supposed to be there. It seems like. Also, what? Is that where the player is? I don't think so. What? Yeah. So we have this area here, but then all of a sudden we have objects at the end of the board. That's weird. You guys shouldn't be alive here. And you're at what? X equals 42? Or 422? That is super weird. So either our model thing is failing, or our culling thing is failing, because these things are just existing for in an X range that's well outside of their range, unless there's an exception that's happening. There is some null reference exceptions happening here, so that might be the case. An NRE's happening and it's blocking. Nope, that's from cleanup. That should only be called on level load. Why is this completing domain all of a sudden? Did it not compile the first time? Oh, now it's gonna keep compiling like that. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's coming together at least. Yeah, I'm working on Unity, Kiku. Okay. And if you're curious, this is the level we generated right now. And we still have to fix this looking issue, but we'll do that in time. I wonder if it's like a floating point. No, it's not. Okay, so far nothing popping in and out of existence. That's pretty good. I'm usually very happy with that. Let's wait until we do something stupid and weird though, like that. Yeah, look at that. These things are popping out. And we have a null reference exception, but this is, I think, from here. That's not it. That's from cleanup, and that only gets... That shouldn't be getting invoked right now. Because we haven't called cleanup. Yeah, that'd be called here on, like, calling on pre-level loaded. But we haven't done that, have we? Like, let's look at the different places where this could be called. But I'm pretty sure if you look at all the usages of it, there's 4 usages of it. And it happens where? When loading a level. Yeah, go to shop, go to garage, go to level. So maybe once that load, but that would be it. And that wouldn't stop the execution path for everything else. The culling logic. So I don't think that's the case. I mean, I could be super proactive about making sure this never fails so we can ensure that the objects get returned. In fact, we can do that just to get rid of this annoying error, but yeah, this is not like this should never be null here, actually, now that I think about it. I'm assuming it's happening when we're actually trying to call return to pool though, and not in get components. So we'll just do if object and then this should be fine. Okay, cool. Let this bad boy reload. Does it take to code without ChatGPT or any other help? I don't know. I just code normally. I don't use ChatGPT or any AI. Honestly, faster, especially if you actually know what you're doing and can navigate your tools well. You can get what you need to have happen pretty dang quick. Unless you're doing something really trivial, then sure, AI will generate it faster, but then if you're making something trivial, do you really want to be writing it? The cool stuff comes from the non-trivial work. Are we getting any... Okay, cool. So let's see if... Let's keep playing until we get into some weird... Until we see like the objects pop in and out. Okay. So far, no individual game objects are popping in and out. Oh, they started happening there. We have a null reference here. Really? This object is null. Also, what? What are you talking about? Oh, unless it's trying to trigger going... Yeah, because my health is 0, so it wants to go back. It's trying to go to the last level. But it's failing. Okay, I see what's going on here now. Well, actually, I don't. But okay, that means that this is actually breaking down in a place that you'd expect it to break down. Which is when you're... Because this is happening only when you hit the objects and you're supposed to be going back to the, when you're trying to load levels. So whatever, I'll add this guard statement here for if view value is null. Still want to investigate and know why that's failing, but hopefully the times we're seeing weird objects popping in and popping out is just due to me supposedly dying. So we should not see that anymore. Instead, we just go back and then we're good. I'm happy though. This is actually good. It's like more robust now. No, I'm using a normal. Yeah, I'm using an off-the-shelf engine. I have another game engine though. It's over here in C++. That's where I do the cozy, the stream world overlay with. Yeah, this is in my engine, but I need to finish some games. I need to finish a game first, or maybe a few games before I actually start working on moving fully to my own engine. Okay, so we started this. Do you ask? No, I don't, Carton. And here's my general stance on AI as well. So I should see no individual objects pop in and out, only the ones towards the edge, because that's where they're supposed to be popping in. That's where the illusion is happening. Okay, but things are still working fine. Nothing popping in and out of existence. Everything's just working very consistently. I'm actually very happy about that, which would mean that every time that we saw that weird behavior happening, it was just because I was supposed to be dead and at another level, and not due to some implementation error. This is actually, I'm so happy right now. This is like, what I wrote is working. Like 99% of the logic was actually correct. It was like literally just one line that I just got wrong. But this is working good. Nice. All right, let's see if it works when I enter it. Yeah, and it's just cool. And now we have to fix the object rotation, because that's wrong. But hey, this is something, dude. I'm actually really happy. I'm actually very, very happy with this. Let's freaking go. And we'll tweak the level generation algorithm a little bit more too, but yes. In fact, I'm so happy I'm actually gonna save my current progress on this. We're gonna do this. No, not shall. We're actually gonna do Shift S. Oops. Did I delete something? I feel like I deleted something, but I don't know what I deleted. Is Unity recompiling? Are we good? Okay, I think we're good. Fixed level gen. Fixed culling issues and added unit test, quote unquote. Berg, and we're pushing to refactor time, baby. I've been going like 15 years, man. What's going on, TST? I can't believe you're still here, TST. Yeah, dude, it's coming together, TST. Hopefully I'm excited to just get something done did already and, be able to move on to new projects. I just want to get something done. I mean, there's still quite a lot to get done, but I need to get the core underlying systems done, and then all the application logic I think should start flowing. Should flow much easier. Like, this is the hard stuff. It's like the more low level technical things and making sure that a lot of core functionality is there before we can start building out the rest of the application and make content. But it's beautiful, man. Little steps like this, man. You get to a more hardened tool set and dev kit, and it's great. I'm loving it. I'm still not okay. I'm not loving the part that the hazards are not working the way they're supposed to, but we will deal with that when we deal with that. Aside from that, though, we should also probably go into CCDK and yeah, we did a lot of changes. Large tests and reorg. Perfect. Cool, we're good there now. You're my official night podcast. Thank you, TST. I'm not sure if I'm the best content out there, but hey, man, I appreciate that you're willing to listen to a schlub like me try and make a game. What time do I stream usually? It fluctuates like crazy. I try having a schedule, but I just can't. Day jobs change times for me, and life stuff happens. I usually aim for Monday, Wednesday, Friday though. And then sometimes a game stream on Sunday, but I didn't really stream this much this week. I only streamed on Monday, so I streamed yesterday and I streamed today instead. Or Friday and then Saturday. Though I guess it is technically Sunday right now. You get the idea. So, what are we doing? What are we doing? I want to fix the angles in Hazard. I feel like I'm crazy though. I feel like I'm going insane because I've implemented 3 different ways of getting this, and they're all producing the same result, which in a weird way is kind of showing that my logic is consistent. There's just some fundamental flaw in my assumption, which is not great. Override, no, there's no underlying class or update function usage, so I'm like, okay, that's not it. Three different ways of calculating and setting this angle. 3 ways I am currently wrong. So, where does that leave us? What else could be the culprit behind this? I think we're gonna have to Xcali draw it out. Oh, I still have this game running in the background. That's funny. So, what? The game exists on a cylinder We've had this explanation many times, but we're going to just do it again for ourselves. The game exists on a cylinder. If I could draw a circle. This is a cross-section of said cylinder. It's occupying these two axes. The Y is here. Z positive. Well, I guess in Unity, Z positive from this left side is here. So the way I'm doing my math might be a little bit wrong. Oh, maybe it's that. Because I always assume this is quadrant 1, where this is positive 2 components, but in the case of Unity, I might be doing things wrong. Oh my goodness, is that what's going on here? Stop, why is this pasting? I'm not... Oh, it's because every time I do middle click, it pastes something. I don't know why it's doing that. That's really dumb. Okay. Maybe that's the issue. Is that I was assuming positive quadrants here, but in reality, Unity's here. So we have to like invert things. What are you doing? I'm figuring out some stuff to navigate different lines so fast without using arrow keys, because I use Vim. It's a great way of navigating your your text editor, and I also use similar things for navigating my operating system. It's pretty good. I like it. So, what is a gamer to do? What is a gamer to do? My math functions aren't math in the way I would have thought they would. Or maybe they are, and that's the issue. Cause let me do something. Let me bring back the only one that's independent of this X calculation function is this guy. Yeah. And he is defined using the transform position directly and using quaternion look at to achieve the direction we want to go in. We do a cross product with the forward axes. This defined forward axis using the Z and the Y to indicate which direction we're facing in. And the cross product with just right, positive X, to get the up axis, which would be the Y axis. This guy here. And from there we set our local rotation to quaternion look rotation. Maybe just set rotation to that. I don't know, it's an affine transformation matrix through all the parents, so it should effectively be the same thing, if I'm gonna be honest with you. We do this. This is gonna be independent of any of that, this quaternion, not quaternion, this get angle from position function. So I'm gonna test it again. We're gonna see if we get something different. And we're gonna go from there. Is the code open source? No, it's all closed sourced. Yeah, Grubbox is great. Benmar. Grubbox is a great theme. And go. Come on, go, 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 go. Okay. Okay, so things are invisible. That may be a good sign. That means that maybe we have to do a offset. If we go into the world position, world space, look at one of the active hazards. They're all facing away, so maybe we simply just need to do an offset of 180, or just pass in a negative forward axes, because of course we're negative because Unity's quads are facing the wrong way. It's great. Yeah, anyways, let's just do that. Reload domain, and then maybe this solves our problems and we can be happy again and life can go on and I get to sleep. And maybe I'm not going to sleep, honestly. I just still want to do some more stuff. I just want to get more done in this game, man. Though we have some really big wins today. I'm really happy because our calling system actually looks much more, it's way solider. It feels very, very solid. Should probably unit test it, but whatever. We'll do that when we do that. Come on, look. Come on, look. Run. And they're visible. Now the real testament is going to be, can I keep going up and have it be looking me? And it is looking at me. Oh my goodness, we did it. We have it working now, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, we have it working. We can go at any angle. We still see the hazards facing the character. Life is good. Life is great. I can navigate this maze and it feels very consistent. I'm actually very happy. Let's freaking go, dude. This is starting to feel like a game. Oh my goodness, let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Now the real win is going to be getting this to be not calculated every single frame, because I think that's stupid, and the whole point of this is that one of the simple means of calculating this so that we don't have to have every single game object do this computation. But hey, we take the wins where we get them. In fact, no, we're gonna get this win exactly the way we want to. We have place object on board. We have this old method using the X angle calculation. Getting rid of that, boo, out of here. And instead we're gonna do this. And hopefully this is enough. This is operating at the correct time and place for this to just work. We don't need any of this. Get out of here. Less work for a high count of entities to be doing. It's all consolidated and done once. And if this works, I am the happiest man in the world. I am the happiest man in the world. Also, I'm actually happy the vector math just worked, dude. I'm back, so intrigued. What is the game going to be? Hopefully you just saw it right now. Yeah, you saw it, Buford. It's very simple, that is. No, I don't like Godot. I know it's the engine people enjoy, and I'm not going to yuck people's yums, but for me personally, it's not the engine for me. And regardless, all the stuff I'm doing right now would still be a thing in Godot. Like, it would be a thing to deal with regardless. Okay. But I'm not yucking on people's yum. Godot looks pretty good. I tried it out for a while. I did a first iteration of this game a couple years ago in Godot. And there's definitely some things from it that I do like. But it is simply just not for me. And that's alright. That's alright. The thing that will be for me is my engine when I eventually get to do it. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna be elated. But first, we need to finish a game. Yeah, I'm gonna change the map generation because I want it to be where, like, you can go fast and there's some things you have to watch out for. This is, no, you have to be slow and very cautious about how you move, and I don't like that. I don't like that whatsoever. So let's go up real quick, and it seems like, oh, is that a coin? It is, coins are spawning in too. What a great day. Okay, things are kind of going weird, but okay, we're just gonna ignore that for right now. We're just gonna ignore it for right now. But everything's at a correct angle, which is good. That was the part I was concerned about. Things being at good angles. So this is bad. That means there's an issue with my culling algo. There's some weird imprecisions that are leading to some objects just disappearing from existence. That's no good. Let me hear if this plays a sound. It did play the sound. Okay, we're now out of the woods. There's still things to do. Yeah. There's still things to do, but I'm actually very happy, dude. I'm actually very happy. This is getting better and better. This is getting better and better and better and better and better. We're gonna go up a level. Items or entities are angled correctly. Cool. No, it's not JavaScript. We're doing C#. And we will never. Okay, I'm not gonna say never. I need to do changes to the website, and I think we're just gonna do straight up just regular JavaScript. Either that, or I not transpile, but I do the compilation of my engine to WASM, which I think I should actually do anyways. So maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that not transpilation, but that compilation to WASM. Oh, brother, I'm actually really happy, man. Like, this is kind of coming together, man. And then as far as the coins, though, because they're not popping up where I want them to be. What PC are you on? Just a regular old. Here's my system, actually. This is the specs for my system. And let's go to gameplay. We have props. We have our item here. Coin. Frame. Why is this not right? There you go. Cell count X. Y count 1. Speed 4. Frame count is 4. Whoopsie. That's probably the issue. Why that's not animated correctly. And then on the resources, are you not a resource? Props? 1 second. This 1 second. There's no shot. Do we not have a pickup resource? Oh, they're here. Why did I put it there? Whatever. Sprite binder. Yeah, we have the CC sprite renderer on this. CC sprite renderer. And then we're gonna add the coin sprite binder, so you should play. Random starting index, yes please. Get rid of this, because now we have a nice beautiful way of placing objects, which makes me very, very happy. And then on pickup, you're gonna do something. No, wrong one. I want the volume for the coin pickup to be louder. I think we have a audio SFX somewhere here. Yeah, coin pickup. It's not loud enough, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's just not loud enough. So we're gonna go to you, and we're gonna go to initialize. You should be louder. You should be like maybe 8 or something. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Oh, that's a master volume. No, SFX, you should be louder. Yeah, you're 7.5. No, we're gonna be 8. And hopefully this should just be animated now. So, recompile, and then we're gonna press play. Alright, you have a good one, TST. Thanks for hanging out, man. Have a good one, dude. The game, I'm figuring it out. I'm probably be like Jet Flight 98 or something. I can't call it Fight and Flight because it's you can't find it with that name. So I still have to figure out a name. I'm not seeing any coins though. This is an issue. I don't see any coins, which is kind of a problem because we need to actually test this out to make sure it's working. Okay, that's not good. That's not good at all. Let me turn off the audio as well so we don't wear it out. I like the song. I'm very happy with it, and I need to make some more music, but until I do, let's not wear it out. Yeah, this one's a real one. This is a real monitor. It's not an old PC, it's a modern PC with just old peripherals. Yeah, it's older than Y2K though, I can tell you that much. Like most of the peripherals are from like the 90s, or no, 80s. Or at least these peripherals at least. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? I have to maximize the game to be able to change the audio. Yeah, I make music. I made the music you're hearing right now. Yeah, all the art and music, as well as the code I do. And then we have to do some sound effects, sound design stuff. I've thought about maybe doing some streams, like doing music production, but right now programming is the most the thing that's preoccupying most of the time, because that's what actually makes the game. It's kind of gnarly, but yeah, it's the thing. It's what actually makes the game happen. Oh man. Oh, you don't like the blue? Here's the solution. There's a green button. This is the green button. That way all your problems are gone with the green button. So we must deal with, let me press play. I want to check to see if where the coins are supposed to exist, and then I'm going to check to see if it's actually doing said thing or not. So if we look at the scene that's the level that's generated, that's what this map is. If we look at it here, you can see where the blue is where all the coins are supposed to exist. As you can see, there's a large volume of them here. And the fact I don't see much of them in this space is very perplexing. Which indicates to me that likely either the coins are facing the wrong way, and I'm picking them up without realizing it, or there's something weird with how we're initializing these coins. I want to believe that we are just they're facing backwards or something, but I kind of doubt it. Let's see here. Yeah, no pickups are on screen at all right now. I can move around a little bit, but we're not seeing anything here. We're not seeing anything at all. No pickups instantiated whatsoever, which is a problem for us. That is a problem indeed for us. So either we're marking the entities wrong and we're generating hazards instead, but we did have some coins pop up, so that would be weird. Or there's something wrong with how we're initializing them. Or is there any null references? No, there's no null references. Or there's something else going on and I just don't have the presence of mind to understand it. You've been sitting all day. Yeah, I need to do that, dude. Skull face. I've been really bad with that. I need to hydrate too, but I haven't gotten up to drink water and ever since I ran out, which is probably bad. I'm really bad with streaming because I just get so locked in, and I just don't want to get up because I'm in the mental space. I just want to get the thing done, right? But yeah, I kind of neglect my body a little bit when I'm doing this, which is not good. Also, we're not even spawning any of these, so there's still a weird thing with the coin pickups. So that's just weird. I don't even know what's going on there. That's just odd. Yeah, very strange. I actually don't know why this is the case. So that's something to deal with. So yeah, but I don't drink coffee. I don't drink anything caffeinated. Maybe some Cokes lately, Coca-Colas, but even then, I can't drink too much. My body's very sensitive to that kind of stuff, so I'm usually just a water and juice type of dude. Is making a low pixel game, do I need an old? No, you can just use any. You can make a pixel game with any engine, honestly. Yeah, you can get that same functionality and look from anything, to be honest. I'm using a modern version of Unity. This is 2020, or not modern, but I'm using 2022, which is pretty recent. Yeah, brother, I'm just... We did a lot today. I think this is where we just say we did a lot. And I get up, drink water, stretch legs, commit my changes to the game. Is there anything to commit? Yeah, some minor stuff with the audio and this stuff, but that's not that big of a deal. I'll add it anyways. Minor tweaks. Push, not you, but push to Berg. Oh my goodness, man. Code all day long, code all day strong. Yes, sir. That's how you get good, man. No, it's so I have my own thing called a dev kit. I have my own Cozy Cabin Games dev kit, and I have this. There's a lot of useful things I have in it. And one of those things I have is this poolable object system module class that makes it very easy to just have these objects instantiated on runtime and pool them and then recycle them as you want to. I use it for a couple games already and it's been pretty good. Pretty good. Let me find it real quick. And it's very easy to set it up. If I go to the FNF application, you can see we have like, this is the object pool. That's all there is to add a new object pool. You say how much you want to have, and then you either provide the name of the resource or a function that creates it. Here, there's like this whole thing, but this is just math to calculate the number I actually need to instantiate for it to work. But this is just essentially one number. And that's all there is, and then you can just request an object from the pool just based off of the type, and it's very convenient. Very convenient. I know and understand Java, C, and Python, and I'm about to graduate, but I can't code like you on Spot without help of JavaT. Should I just practice? Yeah, you should. Here's what I tell you. Don't use AI. Like, I have a very particular stance, but yeah, don't use any AI. Read documentation. That's one part. And you're going to actually learn how to do stuff. A simple thing just to start navigating better is just in whatever code editor or IDE you're using, just find the shortcut that takes you to definition, and you'll be able to do a bunch from that. You can go, hey, what is this class, and navigate to it. In my case, it's control right bracket, and it takes you to the definition. Hey, what is this interface, and you can just go to it. Even things that Unity has built, you can just decompile it depending on what IDE you're using, and that's how you like get access to this stuff. Simple, but you'll be surprised at the power of it. And then just work on projects. Don't do tutorials, but rather have a project that you're trying to make, right? And if you do any tutorials, it's because there's something you're trying to do in this project that they cover, and you're just trying to take that specific piece of knowledge and use it as part of your path to get to like making whatever you want to make happen, whether it be a game, a web app, some back-end stuff, whatever. I think having a goal and just working towards it is the most valuable thing, and preferably, and most importantly, a goal that you actually find cool and interesting. If you don't find it cool and interesting, you're not going to put in the time. You're not going to be motivated to just see that come to fruition. Since a resource name is a string, does that equate to an asset, or is there a resource dictionary? No, it's an asset. So it's the same. You know how in Unity you have a resources folder. So you have a game object that. So in my case, right, if I go to gameplay and then resources, I just have a prefab there. And it's called pickups, and it has this pickups poolable object component on it, and yeah, it just loads it from there. So it generates an object pool from that, or in this case, if there's a static creation function like hazard, you can pass in that function, and this is what creates that instance. That's what it's used to create the pool of objects on startup, and then the rest is just pulling and returning to that pool. I'm very happy with this implementation. I've rewritten it a couple times, but so far the way it's working is pretty nice. Yeah, Grimers, it's rough. It's dope. It gets you sucked in, you know. That's the bad part about like a lot of the algorithms is that even if you know what the trick is, it still works on you, because that's just how psychology just works. Which is unfortunate, man. What is the IDE? I'm using Writer. Asterisk diaplan highlighting into my text editor has been dumb. Is it just me? I don't know what that is. I just use Vim. You like it with your IDE or no? There is something very wrong with ChatGPT, especially if you're trying to learn. ChatGPT will just give you the answer you're looking for. searching yourself is going to force you to get exposed to finding source material yourself, and that's just there's a bunch of things associated with that. You're going to build a network of resources that are actually reputable and helpful. And then B, when you look up for resources by yourself directly, you're going to start developing a peripheral range of knowledge, because not only are you getting the information you're looking for, but you're probably going to be learning some other things adjacent to that, either through the documentation or some thread that you're going through on Stack Overflow or whatever. And having that peripheral knowledge is going to make you way better, because now you're going to have all these other considerations and not just the answer you're getting. I think I've learned more by doing things that way than you relying on ChatGPT. And I think new programmers who are reliant on ChatGPT are going to be way more, they're going to have more situations where they feel helpless, because once you can't rely on ChatGPT because all it has is trained data on the most normalized of problems, and once you start getting into more niche problem spaces, you're going to be hopeless. So like, unless you develop that skill of searching up information and just building this base repertoire of knowledge, you're kind of setting yourself up to be ultra dependent and powerless in more niche circumstances. I'm making a game right now. I think I'm kind of powering down for the day though, because it's been like, what, 6 hours, 5 hours? It's a way more robust thing though. I'm very happy with what I've done. The model thing is updating much more consistently, and there's far less errors that are happening. I might have to do some actual unit test stuff to verify some of the behavior. And there's actually a few things I need to cover to ensure that they're behaving the way I wanted to, because I think there's some bad assumptions I had, because I'm so used to dealing with coordinate systems in a particular way, and I kind of neglected how Unity has their coordinate system set up. So it's not great, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, we have to do some refactors here too, but that's less important and less impactful in the game. The big thing is going to be figuring out why pickups are not being spawned in, or why they're not being requested from the object pool. Let's see here. Thank you so much. I'll do. Sounds helpful. I'm scared because I will give interviews and get my first job, and I won't be able to code without ChatGPT and get destroyed. Yeah, see, like, that's the thing, right? You want to get more confident as a programmer, and I think relying less on an LLM is going to be the best boon for your confidence. Could I Kodo? That's just kind of not what I said right there, Scripture Signal. That's like the opposite of what I said. When you're under pressure to deliver in a 2-week sprint, all your colleagues will be boosted by AI, and you will be lagging behind. Except that's not what's happening. Like, I work professionally, and that's not the case. It really isn't. Especially if you're working on novel and very specific problems, or non-trivial problems, then, like, yeah, it kind of just falls apart. AI in a support role, sure, you can do that, but there's just not that many cases where that's the case, at least for me. Show game, sure, I'll show you the game before we hop off for the night. Either way, that's my belief, man. That's my assessment. That's just kind of how I am, and I'm much more willing to deal with AI in my professional life, just because it's whatchamacallit. I feel like I'm much more developed as a programmer, and in a professional context, like, of course I've played around with this stuff just to verify and see, like, its utility. And I'm not gonna pretend like there's no utility in it. But if you're learning, or if, personal projects, yeah, I'd really advise against it. The coin existed there, but that doesn't work. It's very strange how some of this is working. Alright. Yeah, this is the game. I need to retouch the path gen algorithm, but we'll deal with that another day. But yeah, there's some stuff to work on. You get the idea, though. You can see how the game kind of works. And then we have the audio fading. We did that in the other past stream. Yeah, there's something weird with the coordinate thing. I need to fix that. And I need to make the path gen be much more biased towards the X so that you have more low slope angles as opposed to sharp slope angles. That should be pretty easy to do, though. I think we just have to change the range for the min range for the path gen, and that should be, we can make it much more. It's weird. Like, we want to have some high slope stuff so we can actually go across the whole cylinder, but at the same time it can't be too steep or else it's going to be very weird. Okay, I need to make notes for next time. After your 9 to 5, it's just cool, man. It's cool. Like, I don't know. It's different from my normal work, and especially because I use different peripherals and everything. But whatchamacallit? It's whatchamacallit? I don't know. It's just different, and I don't know. I like programming, and I want to get better at programming. I take pride in the craft, and working on personal projects is how I keep programming fun. Not that I don't enjoy programming my day job, but so there's some times where you're working in problem spaces that are very just different than what you I don't know, the things that are difficult, right? So it's fun to work in a separate space where you know all the code. That's another thing, is I'm working on code that I know because I wrote everything, and it's kind of a nice, kind of cozy, comfy place for me. Whereas, professionally, you're not always working in code you've written. Oftentimes you're reading through other people's code, and you have to kind of get acquainted with this new house and this room that someone's put together. So things feel foreign and different. So it's nice to have like your own space to kind of come back to work on. Or embedded system. I can't really comment on that because I don't do embedded systems. You use it on small chunks of code, not entire projects. Like, I mean, sure you can do it, but if it's small chunks, like you can just do it yourself. Like either it requires you to do documentation and essentially construct skeleton classes. At which point it's like usually just simpler just to implement to yourself. You also got to deal with developer pride. It's my baby theory. Well, it's not really that. It's like the way I describe it is that people come in, right, and they see this code that I'm doing, and they're like, "This is crazy. I don't know how you're able to navigate your code base." But it's like, this is my room, right? So I know where I've put my socks. I know where I put my comb and hairbrush and whatever, right? So I know where I can find things because it's my place and I cleaned it up. If somebody else comes into your room and like rearranges everything, then it's disorienting because you don't know where stuff is. Let alone if you were to go to someone else's house, then that's even more disorienting because you just don't know where anything is. And that's kind of how it is when it comes to code. On a team project or something, you're navigating code that, it doesn't, like, quality aside, it could be very good code, but if it's architected, if it's someone else written it, you don't have the state of that in your mind. So you have to get acquainted with it and figure out where everything is and why it's there to begin with. And
Sometimes people are there. Sometimes those people are gone as well, so you can't even ask them. And then there's parts, and then there's this other component where like there's parts of your code that are solid, and let me say this because it's not solid in terms of like just quality, right? But there's mission critical parts of the application, and then there's things that are not as mission critical, right? Things that are much more malleable, that are easier to manipulate, and it's not the end of the world, right? And that affects things because then it changes how you poke and prod and manipulate stuff and what options you consider. So there's that. There's also the fact that when you're working on a team project or team code base, you architect things in a very different way because you want to minimize communication costs between people. So sometimes that means that you either introduce extra complexity in terms of structure to separate responsibilities as much as possible, which means that as a result you have way more elements and moving parts to keep account of, because they weren't necessarily designed around the optimal solution, but rather the one that minimizes communication costs, which is a real thing, and that's an important thing to take into account. So it's not, I'm not saying that's a bad thing necessarily, it's just a thing that results from this. So it's a whole thing, man. It's a whole thing. And that's just avoiding the entire idea of the quality of the code itself, right? Typing the rain goes hard, yeah. They should do a rain stream. Moritz, here's the whole AI spiel. We just had this conversation here. But yeah. I'm glad you agree, Gordon. Glad you're on the same page. You know what's going on, man. Yeah, but that's not the point, Derv. Like, you can ask AI, and it's going to describe the APIs and what they do. But if you have to actually manipulate and make changes to it, there's no replacement to actually internalizing the structures that exist and why they're doing the things they do. And like, it's a very different thing, man. It's a very different thing. If it's APIs, then that's one thing. And hopefully, like, if it's APIs, they have it documented correctly. Usually that's the case for me, thankfully. But it's one thing for getting a summary. It's another thing if you have to actually modify implementation details. Hazards, coin pickup, hazards free. If we generate coins, are we marking it as alive? If so, that might make life a bit easier. If not, this might be producing some issues. I'm fairly certain we are marking it as alive. But I will say though, like, yeah, if you're not dealing with implementation level stuff, but you're just dealing with API level, and let's say it's not documented, then yeah, sure. Using AI could be helpful for that. Unless it hallucinates. In which case, you might try architecting, like implementing a solution that's actually not feasible because a certain thing doesn't exist. Like, I remember hearing a story of like a friend who just, he was using GPT to like help with some GCC stuff, and it hallucinated this convenient flag that does exactly the thing he needs it to do. And it's like, oh, I'm so glad GCC has this compiler flag that does exactly what I want it to. Oh wait, it doesn't exist. But I'm not negating the utility of AI. I'm just saying that it's not as much of a replacement for as much as you'd expect it to be. Entity. We have these coin functions. Is alive is true. Yep. Free space. XY. Mark it as a free space. Set it to false. Cool. Do you have a thing for enemy? There's two places where we construct this entity, and we have create hazard.
which honestly can just be and it's assuming it's yeah, like we can just get rid of this honestly and just have yet another static function for creating a hazard. That seems like the way I'm going, and I'm desire to interact with this stuff. Yeah, and then we just hard code the hazards thing. We know the parameters we're expecting. It's going to be true for sure. So we can ensure that things are behaving the way we'd want them to be. And then now it would be entity hazard. And that seems more clear. That seems more cleaner, honestly. Cool. That shouldn't affect anything because hazards are working perfectly fine. What's not working fine is code. Not code. Well, it is code, but it's the model generation. And this create entity thing. The thing that's odd is that this isn't failing. Colon pickup isn't failing. So either we're not assigning this, or yeah, because then we're pressing this object from pool pickups. This is the returned entity. You pass in the entity and it's assigned. We use the game object directly. We name it whatever it is, which seems to make sense to me. We call the init functions. We do the assignment of entity, which is not even really necessary, but I think it's fine. We assigned the coin material, but this is not good enough either. So there's some other things we need to do, which is that we need to actually have, instead of assigning material, we need to assign a sprite binder. That's actually what we need to do in tandem with this. Coin sprite. And then we should just have like a standard material for sprites and then load it in and then just assign it, but I think if we do resource load, it wouldn't instantiate a copy. It would just be modifying the original copy. So that's a thing we need to do. And then another thing we also have to do is get the sprite CC sprite renderer, because that's the thing we're updating the sprite renderer or the sprite with. And then on init, we're gonna just do the simple old sprite renderer. Whoops. Sprite render. Cool, we get this component. Great, and then finally in here, that's for pickup. We have to do the actual setup here. Coin sprite. Okay, I was right. I could have just left it like that. Cool. So that's the major stuff. So I think that's everything. We don't need. Actually, I'm debugging with that still, so we're just leave that for now. And yeah, I like this. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Pronounced Darish? Gotcha. Thanks, man. for making the design decisions and understanding the code base, but with the state of art models, I don't see any reason why you should write code manually. I don't know. I think there's actually some value to it, though. I've been working with a lot of PostgreSQL and software PBX. I will say that AI does help with edge cases like making sense of crazy casts and nested coalescing. That they will ask for certain amounts of profit if the companies use AI. Oh, that's like a business liability thing. Vim, couple weeks before I was able to start working like normal. I'm just a retro person, but I use modern stuff for my day job and other times. Always changing. You as a developer got no choice but to constantly use the next new thing. Yeah, but I just don't... It's like not as much of a utility that I'm finding. Like I tried the Kool-Aid for a hot while too. And I'm still like looking at it and using it for other things. Professionally. Because I think there's definitely applications utility to it. It's just the main thing for me. It's you know, I still like being in control, having control. I still like having an understanding of what's going on underneath. And I find like oftentimes the time it takes to prompt something, I could have just written the thing that I wanted in the first place. It's like scratching itch. Let's go. I'm glad, Kumori. Oh wait, wrong side. So, let's see here. So we need to actually go in here and modify this too. So we'll deal with that later. I'm not gonna do that during here, because I'm probably gonna move that to resources. Yeah, we're making a game right now. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is my stance though, man. I've used that before though, Dervish. But yeah. Oh, my bad. Wrong monitor. So, as far as this is concerned, I don't know. I think I have to get some sleep. It's late. It's 4 a.m. for me. And we've been at it all day, but I think I'm actually very happy with a lot of the progress we made, so I'm going to save the progress we have. I don't think there's much worth committing here, so I'm just going to leave it as is, I think, until next time. Oh, what's the diff look like? Hazard create. Yeah, just minor structuring stuff. Minor cleanup, we'll do that. Yeah, next stream I'll deal with that. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for hanging out. Yeah, I'm tired of talking about AI. Is anyone else tired of talking about AI? It's not even the main part of the stream, too, man. I'm just a dude making a game. And it's very odd how every single stream we have a wave of people just trying to bring that up. Also, do we have people coming into the Discord? Oh my goodness, we have a bunch of people. Planetary Time, what's going on? Susano, TJ, Ire, Creduck. Welcome y'all to the Discord. Make yourself cozy. Yeah, it's exhausting, man. And then it's also like, you know, I don't understand what's the incentive here. It almost seems like you're trying to gaslight yourself, reassure yourself that it's actually worth it or good or whatever. And even then, it's like,
what's the utility in this conversation? I guess coding without AI is being vegan now? No, it's actually trying to get good at a craft, dude. And not trying to wither away. That's not vegan code, man. It's actually trying, at least for me in my eyes, it's actually trying to get better at the craft. But yeah, there's a lot of going on in Discord, by the way. I haven't caught up here. Oh yeah, that's a thing we need to do. May need some. Yeah. By the way, we have a Discord here if you guys are interested as well. There's a gym leader system, so there's a bunch of people who are very knowledgeable about different fields, from like Unity, game engines, GPU, and a bunch of other stuff, including even flying. And you can ask questions there as well. Most people are willing to help out and help you out in your quest of getting knowledge, so I mean, there's nothing to, it's just people who want to share knowledge. It's not like a paid thing. It's open to anyone who wants to ask questions. So if that interests you, feel free to join the Discord, and you can ask me questions personally as well. Maybe one day I'll do mentorship stuff, but right now I'm just keeping that private. And then we have a Minecraft server, but that's still in the progress, so watch out for that. Any cash here, though? We don't use it. What's going on here? I use this keyboard. Here's the command for it. Right now with career field, so this is actually super cool. That's sick. What are you trying to, if you don't mind me, actually no. I'm not gonna pry too much. But if I see you in the next year, I might ask like what you're transitioning from to what career. But yeah, dude, I think most people here are super willing to help out with that, as far as knowledge is concerned. Yeah, Dredo. Same page. Oh, man. Well, I wanted to end stream on a more positive note. Oh, well. Either way, I'm actually very happy with the progress you got done today. So, there is that. And, yeah. This has been day 23. I think we're going for 30 days, so we're gonna see how far we get before we get this game done, dude. But I'm excited, man. And yeah, dude. I think that's pretty much everything on my mind, at least. Nah, it doesn't really hinder Bearded Viking. I mean, everything about my setup is meant to use up the space I have very well and very economically, so the only thing that it would be an issue with is like eye strain. I use larger fonts to kind of deal with it, but I would be lying if that's not a factor in it at all. But I'm mostly fine with it. I'm able to navigate everything I need to navigate pretty easily and use that single screen to do stuff. The only reason I have to use a separate screen is like for streaming and reading chat, because I don't want that to be caught on stream, but that's about it, dude. But yeah, i3, Ubuntu, Vim, it's a great combo. Especially if you're trying to maximize
make the most of the space you have. But yeah, every time I have to go back to Windows, it's such a painful thing. Well, you learn to live with it. Yeah, it's not a Nixie, it's just a tungsten filament bulb. It's pretty good though. You can find it on Amazon. But yeah, I guess if there's no other questions, guys, before we end stream, we're finding a craft whilst also tapping into some retro vibes. Really cool. Yeah, that's the joy here, man. This is my hobby. This is my cool, nice space, you know, where I got to enjoy creating stuff. There's a fun in creating something. So, yeah, I enjoy it. Anyways, though, guys, I think we're gonna end the stream for real. Let me put on the end of stream message though. Let me go to here real quick. Where are ya? Where is this? Scene logic. Here we go. Nope, there's a string somewhere here. Gotcha. Let's modify the message here. I don't have a character for that in the table. I need to fix that. All right, compile, run it. Does it work? Yes, it does work. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a pleasure streaming for you guys and showing you the progress in the game. Of course, you want to catch me on socials, you can just go to cozycabingames.com. It's a pretty broken website, but it should still have the links there for all the socials and everything. And of course, if you want to join the Discord, we have the command here to join the Discord. So, yeah. Anyways, though, thanks for watching. God bless. And until next time, stay cozy. Ta-ta.